is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Let the 2026 Heisman Trophy campaign for Arch Manning begin. After starting the college football season as the Heisman favorite, Manning struggled out the gate in his first year as the starting quarterback at Texas, but he came on strong in the second half of the season, and he sure ended on a high note. Manning was named the Citrus Bowl MVP after accounting for 4 touchdowns as Texas beat Michigan 41-27 on Wednesday. And there won't be a repeat national champion in college football. Miami stunned Ohio State 24-14 in the quarterfinals of the playoff, and the Hurricanes will face the winner of Thursday night's matchup between Georgia and Ole Miss. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Yes, the portal mattered for IU. But this isn't Jimbo's A&M done right. Signetti was deliberate and surgical in the portal. The football program didn't just take best available. Signetti brought in 13 or more players from James Madison with him. He prioritized production over potential. Those players that he had previously coached then bought into the standard and brought it with them. They held the rest of the roster to that standard. You see, Signetti's not only running the team, he's running the entire operation. He calls himself the team's general manager. He's managing the roster like he would in the pros, and he's been great at not allowing the nonsense to get in the way of his plan for big-time success in a chaotic college football world.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
6.15%. That was the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage at the end of 2025, according to financier Freddie Mac. And that was the lowest rate seen all last year, potentially injecting fresh momentum this year into a U.S. home buying market that spent much of the past year in the doldrums. Industry watchers believe wage growth this year will continue to far outpace home price gains, which have slowed in recent months. That would put homes in closer reach of more would-be home buyers. The main indexes on Wall Street, the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500, each have now advanced 3 years in a row. Can the market make it 4? We find out starting today, but with no sign of momentum. The so-called Santa Claus rally that's made up of the final trading days of the old year plus the first trading days of the new has not yet materialized this time around, as the old year ended with 4 losing sessions in a row. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Happy New Year's, Philadelphia. Tom Hazelby at Kayal & Company. I'll be with you from 6 to 10 this morning. It's Mummers Day here in Philadelphia, the Mummers Parade. You can listen on the Odyssey app, iHeart Radio. We're live streaming on YouTube. Lots of ways to listen this morning if you're up and you weren't out last night partying hard. I know I wasn't. I got to bed nice and early, but unfortunately I have college kids, a high school kid, dogs, fireworks going off in the neighborhood. Anyway, what a tough night to try to get some sleep before a 4-hour show. Anyway, we got Jim Kelly and Phil Almquist producing today, and I'll tell you, these guys give me energy. I come in, they're like ready to go, and I'm just like, oh, God, I got to get this show done. I got 4 hours. These guys are like old pros. They're just looking at me like, listen, this is what we do. Get in that chair and do what you got to do. So that's they didn't really say that to me, but that's kind of how they look at you because they're professionals. They're like, you got a job to do. Get behind that mic and do what you got to do. Anyway, it feels good to be here this morning. It's funny. I couldn't wait to get out of bed. I kept waking up. And I'm like, I can't wait to get, I can't wait till the night's over because I keep thinking that I gotta get to the show, I gotta get to the city, and the ride in is so easy. I'm coming over from South Jersey, right over the Betsy Ross. There's no traffic. I give myself so much time, and I'm here in like 14 minutes or something. It's really quick. But anyway, we're going to have a good show today. That's what I intend to do. I have some good guests coming on later. I have Cynical Publius from X. You should follow him. He's a former colonel in the United States Army. He's going to be coming on later in the show, around 9:15, 9:30. He went to law school. My guest, Cynical Publius. He's got about 250,000 followers. He went to law school after he did a full military career in the U.S. Army, and now he's a merger and acquisition attorney in Silicon Valley. He doesn't live in Silicon Valley, and because of his work, he doesn't tell people who he is. He keeps that to himself because he posts on X, and he definitely puts out really insightful stuff. So I would definitely give him a follow. That way you'll if you're home right now listening, you could look him up and see some of the stuff he talks about. Hey, listen, the guy's lived in he's lived a long life, and he's been in 2 war zones. And then he comes back. I guess he had to be in his 40s, and he goes, I'm going to go to law school. Then, that's my one guest. At 8:30, I got Mario Perez, who is a SEAL Team 6 operator. He was an ordnance guy who the SEALs said, we got to get this guy on our team. So he went into the SEALs in a different way. They came looking for him. He's done a lot of interesting things with SEAL Team 6. He's now retired, but I'm going to have him on later. I think he's going to come on in the 8:30 hour. And if I'm going to also take some calls at that time. If anyone has a question for a SEAL Team 6 operator, you can ask that question. You can call in, or I'll be checking the YouTube live stream if you have a question for him. But wow, he's lived a very, very interesting life in his days as a SEAL Team 6 operator, and also as a civilian. Now he's got an interesting civilian job, which is aligned with what selling into the military special equipment. That's kind of his gig today. I want to give a little promo out to my Saturday show. Saturday morning, it comes on at 8:00 every Saturday morning. I got he's not a young guy. He's actually he's probably about my age. He's not a young guy, but he's a landscape architect, but he is a researcher of crime. And you can find him on, he's on a lot of true crime podcasts. His name is Manny Goodman. And for 30 years, David Berkowitz, who terrorized New York City in the 1970s, he shot brunettes in cars with their boyfriends. I mean, he literally, and I grew up in that area, he literally terrorized New York City. And my family had moved out of New York City right across the bridge to North Jersey. But even people in Bergen County were worried that this serial killer, it was so public too. These were walking up to cars and shooting young couples sitting in cars in the back of the head. It's a horrible story. But Manny Goodman and a retired detective of Yonkers, Mike Lorenz, both of them have been working on a shooting spree by a sniper 6 years before David Berkowitz did what he did in New York City, over in the Bronx and Brooklyn. They're putting together pieces that in 1970, when David Berkowitz was 17 years old, 6 years later, he'd start the spree. They think he shot for 2 months as a sniper. He shot 6 people in a neighborhood in the Bronx, killing one young girl. I think she was 16 or 17, coming home from a party at like 2:00 in the morning. The New York Police Department never put these two cases together, but these two guys did. And I'm going to have Manny on Saturday morning at 8:00, and he's going to go into it. I'm fascinated with it. If you're into crime, this is a great story. Go on AI, go on Google, look up David Berkowitz, Son of Sam, if you're not familiar with him, because the story we're going to talk about on Saturday is going to be pretty good. So I got our guests out of the way. We have 2 military people coming up, and when we talk to them, we're going to cover a lot of different areas. Things going on down in Venezuela. Even Cynical Publius, he's really involved in kind of some of the cultural things. And he'll be commenting on that. So we got all that coming up today. The Mummers Parade. Let me tell you a little bit about the Mummers Parade. It's the oldest folk parade in America, and it was started in 1901. Back in the day, in the 1700s and the 1800s, these mummers used to come down 2 Street or whatever it was called back then, and they used to fire pistols and muskets in the air during the parade. And at times it got so out of control, they would invade homes demanding whiskey and food. That's what that's what I found in my research on the mummers. And if you're a mummer and you're out there this morning getting ready for the parade and you want to call in, you're more than welcome. We're going to put you, Jim will put you right through, because if you're a mummer, I want to talk to you this morning. Here's another interesting mummer story. In 1924, 2 teenage sisters, they're 14 and 16, they told their parents they were headed to the mummers parade. They would be gone all day, and that's what they told their parents. But guess what they did? They eloped. And the two of them, 2 other boys in the neighborhood, they took off together. The 14-year-old lied about her age, and they got married. So that's another part of mummers history. If you have young daughters today heading out the door this morning with their friend or their sister saying, I'm going to the mummers parade, make sure you know what they're up to. They could be going out to get eloped. But truth is, teenagers don't run away to get married anymore. That's those Romeo and Juliet days are long gone. But I do notice this, that it used to be don't get married till you're 30, don't get married till you're 30. But I'm finding there is a trend going on that people are getting married younger, like right out of college, maybe even, if they get out of high school and they go into the trades. There is a trend that people are getting married younger, which I find interesting. The culture is always changing. It goes one way for so long, and then the next thing, it starts switching back. But that's an interesting trend, and I'm just not reading about it. I'm actually seeing it in real life. I'm seeing it with, I have kids who are college age, so like that. They're like kind of finding, their significant others, not meaning they're going to get married, but I'm just hearing about it a lot more, which is, that's a big change. It was always, everyone was being told, wait to get married, wait to get married. I don't know what the right answer is. I didn't have my first kid till I was 40, and then I had 2 more after I had my first one. So I'm probably not a good guy to ask. I delayed the process pretty long. Interesting thing, getting back to the mummers, in 1808, see how I diverted off the mummers there. I started talking about when people are getting married. That's what you do early in the morning, Jim. You kind of bounce around here. But I wanted to talk about another, and listen, the mummers, I lived in Center City on and off for 10 years, and New Year's Day with the mummers was a rowdy day, believe me. I had a lot of fun during some of those days. But in 1808, the Philly police banned the parade due to all the drunkenness and the rowdiness and the gunfire. They had enough, so they said, we're going to call it off for a little bit. You know what I can compare it to as a young guy is the New York St. Patty's Day parade. I always wanted to go to the New York St. Patty's Day parade. That was like the parade I wanted to go in. All my friends would jump on the bus. And I'm talking like when they're 14 or 15 years old, you wanted to go into that parade. But my dad was a New York cop. And his parents were Irish. He's from an Irish neighborhood. We were originally. And he'd be like, no way, you're not going in there. And I was like, why not? And his thing was, he would see, this was his explanation to me, that he would see these young, drunk Irish girls lying on the sidewalk, throwing up because they were all drinking beer all day and they were all young kids. And that is what, that upset him. He didn't like any part of it. He thought it made the young Irish girls look bad and the young Irish guys that were with them. So he was always like, you're not going. And I was frustrated. I only asked, I think, once or twice to go in with my buddies, and he said no. But one thing he did allow me to go was to, and believe me, that parade, the St. Patty's Day parade in New York, it goes down Fifth Avenue, past St. Patrick's Cathedral. It's in the nicest neighborhood in New York. Meanwhile, at the same age, though, he would allow me to get on a bus and a subway through the worst neighborhoods in New York City to go work at Yankee Stadium at 14. That was okay. I could do that. Go into transfer on St. Nicholas Ave. This was like Fort Apache, the South Bronx. He's like, oh yeah, you could do that. You could do that. You could go to work and do that, but you're not going into the St. Patty's Day parade in the nicest neighborhood. So, but anyway, he had his principles, and I respect them, and I tried to hold them. So fun when you have kids. I look back at him, and sometimes I'm like, I'm giving them the answer my father would give them. And it's usually tough medicine. So that's all I got on the parade thing. But if you are a mummer, and not even a mummer, even if you're going out to the parade, or if you're banged up from last night, if you're a little banged up and you can't sleep because you got that alcohol anxiety thing going on because you partied too hard last night, give me a call at 855-839-1210. I'd love to talk to you about it. Jim, how many mummers parades have you been to?
I've lost count. I've been going to them since I was around 7 or 8 years old. Some people have been there even longer. There are people that I know that have been in the parade since they were 3 or 4, and they're around my age, around 55. So,
let me ask you this: since it seems that you got some history and background, I know you're going down to South Philly tonight to you have an event down there.
Yeah.
What I watch those string bands come by,
right,
and I'm like, wow, they are talented.
Absolutely.
I mean, like, full of talent. And what I worry about is, like, there's hardly any music where you play instruments in the schools. Like, when I grew up, everyone, like, there was a band, there was instruments and everything. How are they going to keep that tradition going with the younger generation with the string bands? Obviously they are. I mean, it's 2026. They're still doing it, but I hope it continues. What do you think about that?
They've been doing it for over 125 years. I guarantee you it's still going to continue. By the way, don't forget, if you are watching the Mummers Parade today on TV, our own Dawn Stenzelin and Larry Menti will be giving you all the coverage on MeTV. I think it's 502 on Fios. I'm not exactly sure what the channel is on Xfinity, but if you can't make it to the parade, you can catch Dawn and Larry giving you all the coverage of the Mummers Parade. But
that's good stuff. That's a great plug for that. That's good.
But you are right. Where is the tradition going to continue? I think yes, because people love to play instruments. I play drums, but you are right about the school thing. Because a lot of schools don't have instruments anymore like they used to.
Yeah, and kids are the other thing. First of all, the school, like music and playing an instrument, which I can't do, but I think it works your math mind. Like there's long-term positive effects.
Right.
When you're able to read music, when you're able to play an instrument. Like, that's really good stuff. But kids have, you know what the problem is? Not only are they don't have it in the schools as much as they used to, the kids just have too many distractions.
Oh, yeah.
Life is full of too many different distractions for kids.
This thing, that thing, the other thing. And kids, if they're anything like I was when I was a kid, you got so many distractions going on.
Yeah.
With sports and this and the other thing, and your parents had to be with you almost 24/7. It's not like back in the day where you could send your kid out and he's safe. You had to be with your kids almost 24 hours a day, given the news that's going on in the area. And I remember we talked about this before the show. Growing up in South Philly, or you growing up in the Northeast, back then you could be a latchkey kid while both of your parents worked, because that's the way it had to be back in those days. Both parents had to work in order to support you. And at least in those days, you had a bunch of neighbors. You had eyeballs all over the place.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
You had neighbors all over the place, and they weren't going to let you get away with anything. But nobody gets involved anymore. You're afraid to have your kid walk to the store. It's scary times.
Yeah, it's definitely a different world.
Yeah.
You had all your cousins, even your aunts were in the neighborhood, spies, especially in the city neighborhoods. That's how it worked. Anyway, we're going to take a break. But if anyone wants to call in, 855-839-1210, you want to talk about the Mummers, give us a call this morning. We'll be right back after this break.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
Experts caution against PFAS, forever chemicals that can escape into the air or our food when some nonstick pans are scratched or used at high heat. PFAS are the key ingredients behind the slick coating on Teflon pans. 6 states have banned the cookware. Consumer Reports offers several alternatives, including ceramic, cast iron, carbon steel, and stainless steel pans, which don't have a traditional nonstick coating but still clean up easily. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Ah, the Internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless online threats stop you. The Internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and Company this New Year's Day. Happy New Year's again to everybody. And big Happy New Year's to Jim for fixing my headset. It's working perfectly. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Anyway, we're talking about the Mummers, talking about neighborhoods, talking about a little bit of everything this morning as we're warming up for a 4-hour show today. But, you know, last year, this was my first show. But this is when I was thrown to the wolves. My first time on radio, I did the New Year's Day show last year, and it was my first time coming out of the blocks. I had to do a 4-hour show, get up early. Wow. You know what? That's a year ago. Wow.
I remember that. I think I was here for that when you did your first show.
Yeah, that was my maiden voyage.
Maiden voyage.
Yeah. So now I'm getting a little experience under my feet.
Good.
Yeah. Believe me, I'm still not used to it, but I am enjoying it. I'll tell you that. So last year on this show, I wanted to give you a Philly update from a crime standpoint, like what's going on in Philadelphia from a crime perspective. And I have a very good source in the Philadelphia Police Department, high-ranking police officer, and that's all I'm going to say. And every time I talk to him, what I like about him is if you're a police officer And I'm not criticizing police, but the job can get you down. You can become very just day to day. It's kind of you deal with a lot of garbage and trouble and people and all their problems, and you can have like a gloomy outlook on the world. But what I like about my police source, and he's not Pollyanna in any way, like where he's just trying to tell you everything's great or anything like that. But he does have a sense of, when he talks about things, there's a sense of optimism, because sometimes you get so down on politics and, especially if you're on our side about, people not getting punished for what they did. And there's these big, dark forces out there that are screwing us. And there is some of that. There's no doubt about it. But I'm taking that back to the police thing. It's always good to have optimism, because you need energy, and you need energy to fix things, and life's about percentages. So my police officer source, I like to talk to him like, how is it going with crime? How did 2025 finish up, and what does 2026 look like? And man, he had a lot of good information. So let's I want to kind of go over some of the here are the two big things. Mayor Parker and Commissioner Bethel, the police commissioner Bethel, those two seem to have a very good working relationship, and they seem to be making progress on a lot of different areas of crime. So that's a positive. And there's been a lot of drops, and cautiously optimistic, as I would say, cautiously optimistic, but the numbers are pretty good, and I'm going to go over them with you with crime in Philadelphia. Overall, he believes that the mayor is actively supporting the Philadelphia police force. So that's the huge thing. If your leadership is not supporting you, you're not getting out of the squad car, because no one has your back. You feel that the politicians don't really care. And the commissioner is a politician, not a police commissioner. In this case, I'm hearing that, it seems like the commissioner and the mayor they work well together, and they also, with the commitments that they're making to the law enforcement out on the street, is that they have their support. So that, I always think, in any organization, a private company, leadership is key. There's no doubt about it. You want to see a bad organization, you just go to the top of that organization and you'll see that. And that type of culture is very, very, very important. So right now, the rank and file overall are big supporters of Commissioner Bethel. He's a Philly guy. He's born and raised here. He came up through the ranks. They seem to like this guy. He's, I guess, the old term, and I'm saying it. This didn't come from my source. That he's a cop's cop, as they would say. Now, the last mayor, Mayor Kenny, and Commissioner Outlaw, no way did the police feel that they had their back. And it was proven a couple of times during the George Floyd problems with some of the unrest in the city, that they knew that Mayor Kenny and Commissioner Outlaw would throw them under the bus in a minute. And that's me. That's not only from talking to my source, and I'm not putting that all on him, just based on what I saw in Philadelphia, following the Philadelphia police and the Philadelphia news. That this Kenny and Commissioner Outlaw didn't have anything. And what I find amazing is the commissioner, and her name's Outlaw. How ironic is that? People are probably listening right now if they weren't sure, like, why is he calling the former commissioner an outlaw? But that's actually her name. She now works for the Port Authority in New York, and she's the head of security. Wow, what a big job she has there, with all millions of the people going through those trains and bridges. Hopefully she's more successful there than she was in Philadelphia with preventing crime or fighting crime. So hope maybe she learned a lesson. But what I found unusual is she was from Portland, Oregon. She was the police chief in Portland. And Portland is a disaster. Crime in certain areas of Portland, that city has caved to crime, drugs, homelessness. And then you add in activists, leftist activists in Portland. That's like another part of the soup that they throw in out there. Like, you don't have to deal with, getting hit over the head by, someone who's, high on crack and needs $5 or $10 and they're out of their minds because drugs are so dangerous. Then you got a bunch of Antifa lunatics running around the place. And that's who Mayor Kenny decided to hire as their commissioner. I'm kind of going backwards here, kind of bringing up old bad news about Philadelphia. But the truth is, it's improved and it's gotten better. And the mayor needs some credit for that. And so does Bethel, the new police commissioner. Let me read you some statistics. In 2025, they had 218 murders in Philadelphia. And, I'm going to say what everyone says, and 218 is too many. Yeah, okay, but life's about improvement. So in 2021, Philadelphia had 550 murders. So 2021, now 4 years later, 2025, we're down to 218. Last year, in 2024, it was 262. Going back to 2023, it was 408. And these Bethel and Parker, the mayor and the commissioner, came in 2024. These murders, the numbers have gone down, and they've gone down dramatically. They've almost cut them in half. This is good stuff, and Philadelphia should celebrate that. They should definitely celebrate that they're able to get those numbers down. There's no doubt about it. Another thing that's way down, I always say this, is shootings are way down, and they're significantly, the shootings are down. So that's another big plus that the shootings are down. The murder rate, I thought, was, they used to compare murder rates to like the 1970s and the 1960s, and believe me, they were awful back then. Those murder rates were terrible, like even compared to modern murder rates like in New York City and Philadelphia, all these big cities. So maybe Baltimore breaks that type of, the point I'm going to make is the reason that the murder rates were so high back then is when they brought you to the hospital, a lot of times they couldn't do anything for you. Now we have trauma units in every major city in the country, multiple trauma units, even from the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. They treat people who have been shot. There's so many new techniques and new technology to save your life. So the murder rates have gone down in the modern era when you compare them to the 60s and the 70s, even into the 80s. But part of the reason they go down is they save a lot of people when they show up at that trauma unit, where years ago you probably would have been dead when they got you to the hospital. You might survive for a couple of hours and die. Now they bring you in, I don't know, they freeze your blood. They have a million different techniques to keep you alive. But the good news is the shootings are down, and that's important. Not only that the murders are down, but because you would say, oh, maybe the trauma centers are people that would have died, they're being saved now. That might be part of it. But the statistic I'm pushing to you is that the shootings are down in Philadelphia. So that's another big benefit. Here's what's not down, and I think you're going to find this interesting. The cars. The car theft is through the roof in Philadelphia. And I learned something that I had no clue about. And that is, on TikTok across the country, there is competitions among young people and listen, they're thieves. They're misbehaving teenagers, but stealing cars. It's like a TikTok competition. And they love to steal Hondas, Kias, and Hyundais. And for some reason, maybe the way the cars are made, they are the easiest target. They will literally, my source said, they will literally arrest a group of teenagers, 3 or 4 teenagers, that have stolen 4 cars in 3 hours. So they drive the car for a couple of miles, or they joyride it, dump out of it, steal another one. But here's what the problem is. Then they'll go into a Wawa or a Target. They'll steal a bunch of stuff, jump into their car, drive another couple of miles, dump that car, and jump out of it. And it's like a TikTok phenomenon. And I wasn't aware of it. I did know the Hondas, the Kias, and the Hyundais were targets and that they were being stolen quite frequently. But the fact that the kids are just stealing them, they're not bringing them into a chop shop to make money. This is kind of just tomfoolery out there of stealing cars, but then they do go into stores and commit thefts. Now, the interesting thing, how they're doing this now, is they're using technology. Now, you got TikTok is kind of the cultural thing that's pushing it. Now technology comes in. They have these small antenna devices that they can steal the signal of the key fob. Two guys, one guy standing at your car, one guy standing out your window, can shoot the antenna at your key fob. He then directs it over to the guy standing at the car. They literally start your car and drive away with it. I've never, this is, not that I'm studying car theft that much, but this is how they're getting the cars. They're able to steal the fobs. And if they get into your car, if you leave the car open, they're able to, once again, they have a piece of technology that they're able to light that car up and drive away with it. I find that amazing that that's going on. And, people used to steal because it was a business. You could profit from it. But now these kids are stealing cars because it's like a TikTok phenomenon. I'm not saying every car that's being stolen is for that, but most of them are now. And when you have multiple car thefts in a night, it's the same three kids doing it, and they could be stealing up to 3 or 4 cars. That's a pretty interesting statistic that I didn't know it was going on. And it's not only just going on in Philadelphia. This is going on in all the cities because all these kids are all watching TikTok. But the bigger problem is they then use the cars as getaway cars to do kind of minor theft of, and nothing's a minor theft. You go in and take anybody's product. I don't care if it's $200 or $950, where that's the only time they'll lock you up. If you're taking anything, you should be getting punished. You can't have this retail theft like it's been going on. I think it's kind of been tempered a little bit, but people are complaining about inflation, and Donald Trump has to wave a magic wand to make it affordability. One thing is, don't let people steal from your store, and put more pressure on the stores to stop these kids from stealing. But there is something that stops this, and I'm finding this interest. There's a bag called a Faraday bag, and it's a pouch or a bag, and it was developed for law enforcement and the military to isolate, like if they captured evidence on tablets or cell phones or hard drives, people could use certain technologies, just like they're stealing the key fobs. They could use technology to wipe those things clean. So when the police would put them into like evidence holding or be traveling, from a crime scene or whatever, they would put them in these bags. And I think the military did it too, because you don't want the Chinese coming in, and if you're porting some type of technology on a laptop and you work for the federal government or whatever, you put them in these bags. They're like full of metal. I don't know all the technology about it, but they can't get there. It's kind of like a force field. It throws the signals off because there's metal lining in these Faraday bags. Now, people are buying. Now there's a new market for Faraday bags. If you're worried about your car getting stolen, you live in a bad neighborhood, you can go out and buy a Faraday bag, and I don't think they're that expensive, and people are putting their key fobs in them. That's a way to, to prevent your car from getting stolen from the hoodlums. But wow. So that's the big thing is the car theft. So the good news is less likely you'll get murdered in Philadelphia. Almost cut it in half in the last 4 or 5 years. Shootings are way down. Actually, there's 16 crime silos, say, what the police look at. And I think 14 out of the 16 are down. And I'm always worried about statistics because the politicians will massage the data, and the prosecutors, instead of charging somebody with assault, they'll lower the charge where, unorderly conduct or something. So now all of a sudden your assaults are way down because you were letting everyone off the hook, giving them, disrupting a disruption charge or whatever. But that is that didn't. My source didn't think that was going on in Philadelphia to in any way, in the sense that the crime statistics are pretty accurate, and that's what he felt. So I think that's a definite positive. Now, when we get to Krasner, I asked, because I'm always concerned about them cooking the data on crime. I asked about Krasner. Is because if you're a district attorney and their leadership, everything's about leadership. If your district attorney is really not, going after the criminals, they're back out on the street. The feedback was somewhat of, it might be a little bit better because there's been a lot of pressure on Krasner, but not a lot better. That guy should not be the district attorney. He shouldn't be a district attorney anywhere. He believes in diversion and the diversion programs. And what the diversion programs are, you come in, you've committed a crime. They kind of like to do it with young people, but they've committed a crime and they go to some type of, it's just a bureaucratic, this is what I think. I don't know a lot about it, but this is my understanding. You go and they try to educate you and redirect you on crime, and you show up at some classes. You're avoiding jail, and I think it's a bunch of bureaucrats just sitting in an office, checking boxes, having you come in. The criminal's probably planning his next, some 19-year-old criminal is planning his things with his gang as he's taking the courses on not to be a criminal. They might work. My source said they might work when you're dealing, and believe me, these criminals sometimes are 11 years old. If you're dealing with 11-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, these young kids, maybe the diversion will work for them since they're so young. Maybe you instead of, sending them to some juvenile hall thing for a year or 6 months or whatever, they try these diversion technique to try to have them avoid that. The problem is when these kids get to be 16, 17, and 18, and you send them to these diversion programs, it looks like you're just wasting your time. One case was someone had, here's an example that my source gave me. A 16-year-old brought in with 32 arrests. I don't know if this guy was 16, but he's a young man. 32 arrests, he's bailed out the next day. So that's still going on in Philadelphia. A 16-year-old charged with armed robbery. It's not like he just grabbed the kid and said, give me your milk money or give me your wallet or give me your phone or your sneakers or whatever. This is armed robbery. And he had 6 to 8 prior arrests, and they try to put this kid into a diversion program. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. That's my belief. Believe me, I'm not an expert on crime, and I'm sure there'd be a lot of people that disagree, but just use your instincts. Once you get to 16, 17, or 18, once you've decided to go down that path and you got 32 arrests or you're doing armed robbery with 6 or 8 priors, yeah, I don't think diversion's going to work. That's not how human nature is. Human nature is if something it disrupts your life and there's punishment, that's the only, and believe me, that doesn't work that well either, because our prisons now are run by the government, and it's kind of like the prisoners run the government. It's definitely a mess. That's a mess. That's me going down into the negative and not being optimistic. But law enforcement in Philadelphia seems to be getting, they're getting good numbers, and improvement's an improvement, and you got to be optimistic when you get some of that. So, that's my Philly update on crime. If you have any questions about that, if you want to argue and say whatever, you know what? It depends on your neighborhood too. You could be listening to this show and you live in a bad neighborhood and you're like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about because I live over in this neighborhood and crime is going through the roof. But what they do with Philly is they take all the statistics and they put them into to one big basket. So you could be in a high crime area and none of this is making sense to you. But I can't break it down by neighborhood to neighborhood. Overall, the numbers are good and the murder rate is way down. We'll go to break and we'll be back in a minute.
Life insurance is one of those things that just about everybody needs, but few people actually have. Hey, if you die unexpectedly without life insurance, guess what? You'll leave your family with even a bigger mess. Life insurance will help replace your family's income. It'll help cover burial expenses. Life insurance can even help pay off debt like credit cards and medical bills. Life insurance can even pay for college. And if you own a business and you die, life insurance can help your business from collapsing. It can even help cover estate taxes. Life insurance has never been more affordable and needed. Plus, you can always shop around even if you have a plan and save some money. So call the Life Insurance Quote Line right now for free pricing information.
800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. That's 800-917-8730.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. Tom Hazelby in for the Kayal and Company crew this New Year's Day. We've been talking about the mummers. We've been talking about crime, which seems to be moving in a positive direction in Philadelphia. That means positive direction, meaning crime going down. Murders are definitely down, and it looks like the mayor and the police commissioner, are making progress with crime. My producer, Jim, says we have a call on the line, and it is Stephen, I think, from Cherry Hill. Stephen, welcome to the show.
Happy New Year. I was listening to your show on the radio. I really like your show.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for calling in. What do you like? What do you want to talk about this New Year's Day?
Well, I want to say a long time ago, I want to say 30 years ago maybe, I went to the Mummers Museum in South Philly, and it was really nice.
And where is the Mummers Museum? Do you know?
No, I don't remember the street. It was so long ago, but I know if you Google Mummers Museum in South Philly, it's there. It was nice. And it was really nice to diverge a family place. You can bring your family, and it was really nice. It had the old golden slippers.
Yeah.
It had some of the outfits, and it had some of the history on it. Going back way back when.
Hey, Stephen, there's something on your line that's clicking. My
battery's getting low.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, I know about that museum, and you know what? I'm glad you called in. I'm gonna let you go because the clicking's pretty hard, but I'm gonna follow up on what you were talking about the Mummers Museum. So the Mummers Museum, I've driven past it a million times. I think it's over on near Washington Ave. I'm sure someone in the chat would know. Oh, here it is. 2nd in Washington. I think I said Washington. 2nd in Washington is where the Mummers Museum is. And, it's funny. I drove by it. I lived on Bainbridge Street, right? 2nd in Bainbridge. So I lived there for a couple of years. I'd always drive by. I never went in. But you know what? It's there. We just got a plug from a caller. So it's at 2nd in Washington. And if you get a chance, go to the Mummers Museum. That's what Steve was recommending. He enjoyed it. They had the golden slippers there. That's pretty cool. So, Stephen, thanks for that call. So, What are we going to get into next? We were talking about talking about crime, and I'm going to just stay on that for a few more minutes. I saw an article, and Outlaw, who was our commissioner, who came from Portland. This is how crazy Portland is, and this is in yesterday's New York Post. They've put a killer on the cop review board in Oregon. So this guy, as a teenager, he's 42 years old now. He was convicted of killing a younger girl, probably like another teenager like him. I think he was about 19 years old. I can't really do the math that quick. He's 19 years old. He takes a girl. He committed a burglary. The girl witnessed the burglary, I assume, because she was a witness to something, or she was going to talk about it to somebody. And this guy kills her. He murders her so she wouldn't tell anyone about the robbery. This guy today is 42 years old, and he's on the police review board in Oregon. This is insanity. This is insanity. I mean, if he did what he did and he served his time, I don't know how you get out but that's just how it works nowadays, good behavior or whatever. But here he is at 47 years old, serving on the police review board, and he went to prison for murder. He was convicted by a jury, and he went to prison for murder. And now, like, people back, when murder was committed, and if you happened to get out of prison, you would then live a very non-public life. You might even change your name. You might move to a new city, but no one was putting you on a police review board. Matter of fact, it would probably be very difficult to get a job. You might have had to change your identity. But our culture has really gone in some ways, I mean, where things are so much better in a lot of ways, how we live and there's so many good things you can use and have. Even poor people in America can do pretty well, meaning like they can have a car, they can have a TV, they can have a phone. Like, you go to the third world place, you're living in very terrible, poor conditions. But even in America, the poor are heavy here. You can be, we have fat, poor people. But my point is, our culture has that now it's like murder's not that big of a deal. Like, you can now, in the state of Oregon, in Portland, a major city in America, you could have a murder on your resume and now be reviewing the police. And what I tie it back to is why we had such a high murder rate. I would put a lot of that blame when Philly's crime started going through the roof and totally getting out of control, and stores are getting robbed, and it was a nightmare, is because you had a police commissioner from Portland, Oregon. That's who Kenny thought would be the best person to come in and fight crime. But what happened to law enforcement in some cities, it was you were hiring people based on a national political agenda. The wokeness, racism, every ism that was out there. That was the focus of who you wanted to make your police commissioner. That's when societies start failing, is when the job description changes. When you become law enforcement, your goal, the main thing you have to do is enforce law, and you have to prevent criminals from committing crime, not just catching them after they committed crime, but prevent it. And then when they do commit it and you can't prevent it, then you have to come up with ways to expedite, to get them in jail, get them off the street, and punish them. And today, here's a guy out in Oregon, he's got murder on his resume, and now he's reviewing how a police officer handles a civilian review board. He's the guy reviewing how the police officer handled it. Well, he does have experience with murder because he committed one. But wow, that is a very unusual story, and it just popped up in the news, and that's how I tie it back to Philly, because our commissioner came from from Portland, Oregon. Crazy, crazy stuff. Some other crazy stuff going on out there. Oh, you know what? Before I want to get on to obviously the Minneapolis thing, and I'm going to take it in a little bit of different direction about all the theft and the crime and the criminal activity of stealing taxpayers' money up in the billions. We're going to get into that, but I'm going to take you down a different path with Congresswoman Omar's husband. It's pretty interesting how this guy just got rich so quick, and we're going to dig into that. But I think it's symptomatic of everything that is going on in the state of Minnesota. But before I get to that, getting back to like following your mission, the same thing happened in the United States military. Our military, their job is to manage violence against our enemies. That means other countries, terrorist groups. They're there to lethality, like to be a lethal organization, and their main focus is to take out our enemies to protect the American people. That is the focus of the United States military. That's why you pay the military industrial complex billions of dollars, regardless if they waste a lot of it, which they do. Their main job, even if you're overpaying, their main focus in their job is to protect the citizens of America against foreign adversaries. The problem with the United States military, when you got with Obama and you got into it with Joe Biden and General Milley and a lot, even Mad Dog Mathis, the general who, the Republicans loved for a while. That guy was more interested in making millions of dollars on Theranos' board. That's what happens. We started making our military guys celebrities, the generals. And then they wanted to go out and make a lot of money, and they weren't looking out for our interests. And I could do a show on Theranos and Mad Dog. But my point, the director, the DOD, the head of the Department of Defense now, Pete Hegseth, his goal, and this is why they want to take him out, his goal is to bring the focus of the United States military to be like a warrior focus. It's really to be the protector and to know how to fight, kill, and destroy any of our enemies. You get into these other administrations, and the military got infiltrated. Some of these were Ivy League generals, too. Always keep that in mind. Where they were that the military was there to do a cultural experiment. And I know you've all heard that before. But once again, it's like once politics and organizations get so political and so focused on changing something in the culture, they lose their mission. They completely lose their focus of their mission. And that's why they want to take Pete Hegseth out. They want to take him out because there's a lot of money for all these different programs. When you're bringing women into certain areas of military where they don't technically qualify to be there, but there's a bunch of people around that there's all type of funding. There's private contractors. There's consultants. And for every kind of cultural idea that the U.S. military would bring in, there was thousands of civilians in the DOD who were the paper-pushing bureaucrats and all the subcontractors to bring all this to life into the military. That's mean when they were putting trans people in the military, even gays in the military. When that occurs, and I'm not talking about gay people in the military right now, but any of these cultural or social changes is a domino effect of money, because the departments they build around all this nonsense it costs the American taxpayers tons of money. Then you get a guy like Pete Hegseth who comes in, and his main goal is just to make the military do what it's supposed to do, and that's fight wars. And that's to, blow up the nuclear facilities in Iran. I mean, there's millions of things. The military's doing what they're doing down in Venezuela, and we're going to get into that later today when I bring on our military guest. But once the government starts getting into this, it's not only a social thing, and you read about it. Well, guys aren't joining the military anymore. The lawyers are running it. The guys out in the field have to go to a lawyer before they strike a certain area. All that costs money. It costs time, and it wears down your mission. And that's why they got Pete Hegseth in there. And that's why they want him out, because there's a lot of money involved in this. And Pete Hegseth saying, we do one thing, and that's take out our enemies. And that's why they want to get him out, or they want to defame him, slander him, because there's so many contractors, civilians, politicians, they're up to their neck in this stuff. And a lot of times it comes down to follow the money. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll be back.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Happy New Year, everyone. Matching 2025 for the Eagles will be tough. Super Bowl 59 will remain in our memories forever. At least this year begins with the Birds alive and well. In fact, they shook off a mid-season 3-game slump, and now they've won 3 straight. As we greet 2026, I'd like to thank the best sports fans in the country. Communicating with you each day and each NFL game day is truly an honor. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pre-game rituals to post-game celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kayal Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to Kayal and Company. Tom Hayes will be in for the Kayal and Company crew today. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. And wow, I hear it's snowing out there. Someone reported in the chat we already got 2 to 3 inches. Is that in Philly or is that out in the suburbs? Yeah, I saw the snow coming down as soon as I started coming in today. I'm not like one of those. I'm not a big weather guy. I have friends. I actually have a specific friend. I mean, I think weather for some people becomes a hobby. Are you familiar with that, Jim? You have any friends who continuously look at the weather?
I have a few people here and there, yeah. They're not as crazy as the people on Twister, but...
Yeah, well, they're not. I don't have any. I'm not saying I have storm chaser friends, if that's what you're insinuating.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I have a friend that I can ask him, what the weather is like at any different time, and he goes back and forth. If I'm in Florida or if I'm up here in Philadelphia, he always knows the weather. I think some people, everyone has their own little thing, that something like it must be a dopamine fix. That like politics is like gives me dopamine. Like if I start reading an article or I'm watching a reel, if it's politics, obviously I'm getting hit with the dopamine. Or if you're watching the Eagle highlights.
Absolutely.
You need a little bit of that dopamine.
For me, it's anything electronic. When you talk about vintage stereos or reel-to-reel tape decks or turntables or DJ equipment,
that's your thing.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
That's
why I do what I do.
Well, you're in that business of all these instruments and technology all around you.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to ask my mom for a radio every week. Every week, I would be asking my mom for a radio.
And would you take? You weren't one of those kids that would get it, take it apart, and
Absolutely.
rebuild it.
Okay. That's who I was. Well, I would take it apart. Rebuilding it was a different story, but I would take it apart.
Right. Yeah, the challenge was putting it back together.
Exactly.
I always knew better. I knew I was not capable of that. Even though I was in the technology business, I owned a broadband business. It was very technical, but I wasn't. Believe me, I never went to a meeting without an engineer sitting next to me. Because once how IP packets were going to cross whatever or what the latency was, I was like, oh, let me defer right here.
Exactly.
Yeah. So but everyone has their own their own little thing. But I don't. I didn't know. I wasn't expecting this weather. I didn't know snow was coming. I had no clue. I just saw someone in the chat says I'm on my way from Budapest. Wow. My brother was just in Budapest. He said it was fascinating. Now I want to go to Budapest. I think Budapest is like a new hot spot. Some things get hot for a while. You know what got hot, and I think it's still a pretty hot place to go, is Japan. Japan is has been a huge tourist place, and I actually went, I guess 1 summer ago or 2 summer ago, but I wouldn't have gone to Japan. My daughter was studying over there, so we decided to take the whole family. Fascinating place, but some of these places get trendy, and I know Budapest is one. Now I want to go there. So let's we'll get back into the show. I'm kind of talking about the weather. We're talking about electronics. We're talking about Budapest. You know what I do want to talk about? I saw this. So I thought this was interesting. Snap bans on soda, candy, and other foods take effect in 5 states January 1st. And I wonder if that's a Trump thing or the states are doing it themselves. It must be each individual state. So we have Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Utah, and West Virginia are the first of at least 18 states to enact waivers prohibiting the purchase of certain foods through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or what we know as SNAP. And it's been a push by what do they call Robert F. Kennedy, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He's been pushing this. We can't continue a system that forces taxpayers to fund programs that make people sick and then pay a second time to treat the illness those very programs help create. Kennedy said this in a statement in December. And you know what? Wow. Common sense. That's one thing the government isn't, common sense. So you give out all these SNAP cards and everyone can become a diabetic because you can buy all the garbage that they sell. It's just easy pickings. The food's there, they eat it, and then it's kind of like our government. That's why everything government touches is just a disaster. It promotes bad health. It promotes you becoming a diabetic. And if you're on a SNAP card and you're not eating right, then you're going to have to go on Medicaid to pay for all your unhealthy habits. So the government is going to allow you to eat the bad stuff that is going to create a situation where you now need government assistance at a younger age because of, chronic diseases that are caused by eating too much sugar. That sugar is poison. You would never, in other administrations, even Republicans for that, they would never even touch the SNAP thing because they'd be too afraid to they're saying like, oh, well, most people on SNAP are people of color. And if you're saying they're fat and you can't discriminate against fat people, never mind if they're heavy people of color, any heavy people, you can't say they're heavy and you can't say, fat is, they went through this whole thing that being heavy was beautiful. And wow, what a vicious circle that is. When you think of all the money that we spend, it's a vicious circle. Here's your SNAP card. Go buy junk food for the next 10 years. When you're 32 and you get diagnosed with some chronic disease because you ate too much of the food that we gave you for free, we're now going to give you free Medicaid to kind of fight the disease, which we're going to have to fight for the next 40 years. We're going to have to keep you on some pharmaceutical that we're going to have to subsidize for you for the next 40 years. Insanity. Complete insanity. Everything the government touches is insanity. I don't know how you fix it, but that's one way you fix it. You limit what people can buy with the SNAP cards. And I'll be honest. Since I've been up for the holidays in New Jersey, with it being cold and crummy out, I don't know, Jim, if this happens to you, but I find my diet has been blown up. Yeah, just blown up. And it's not like I'm on a diet. I just eat a certain way. And you get into the holidays, and now that when you're in the warm weather too, you tend to eat less down in Florida. You tend to eat less. You're outside all the time. You can work out, swim, bike. You can do everything all year round. But when I come up here, that you get that hibernating instinct.
Absolutely, because it's January, it's cold outside, it's dark out at 4 o'clock. It just sucks the life right out of you, and you don't want to cook anything, so you're on the phone like this. Yeah, it's like to place an order for an order of chicken fried rice, some fried wontons, or I like that pizza, half pepperoni, half onions, and hold the mayo.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's psychological too. Like I've been home. I've been here at least 2 weeks. I probably got another week here, and I am just even going to the gym. Like I'm going, but I'm not sweating. No. And even when I've been I don't know.
It's so tough.
I'm so upset with myself. But what I keep telling myself is, when I get back down to Florida, man, it starts. I'm getting it back. But and the hard thing too is when you go from, like, if I was here all year round, I'm able to do it. You know what I mean? I'm able to stay somewhat focused, but coming back here, I don't know. I get into my house is older here. It's warm. Like the heat really, like you just start lulling your way into some bad habits. And I don't have a SNAP card, by the way. I'm doing this I'm paying my own money to eat very unhealthy
the government
food.
is not even helping you eat
and
bad.
I'm still doing it. And I'm still doing it.
The worst for me is since I've been doing mornings here for the last year and a half, and every January or December, I wake up at about 4 and I'm like, boy, did I really make the right decision accepting this? Because you don't want to do anything. It just sucks the life right out of you. And I'm walking down Walnut Street at 5 o'clock in the morning, freezing, and it's just end already. I'm one of these people. I just want to go just sleep on January 2nd and wake up on April 3rd. Is that too much to ask?
No, listen, I get it. And I used to deal with all this, what do they call it, the seasonal affect disorder.
Yeah.
But you know what was weird with my seasonal affect disorder? And this is going to be, what do they call, a public service announcement? I think you have seasonal affect disorder when it affects you right when the clocks turn back. Like, believe it or not, it used to hit me in November, and I'd get, like, I remember even as a younger person, I'd always not feel that great in November, December. But then what is it? The winter solstice, where the sun starts coming back in late January, January 22nd. I think it's like a Hindu celebration somewhere over in India. But then like the sun would hit me a certain way in winter. You still have February, March. You still have some crummy months coming, but that's when it was so weird. It was like my body would start changing. I'd start feeling better in January. So I believe that I really had seasonal affect disorder. If you're just not happy in January, February, and March, I just think it's because it's gloomy and crummy out.
Absolutely.
But if it starts right when the clock turns back, I think you could be certified for seasonal affect disorder, and maybe, the government should give you something for that.
Maybe the government should give me something for that. But what'll happen is they'll find out where I work, and they're like, nah. We're going to take even more money out of your paycheck.
But they should give you a free flight. They should give you a free flight to a sunny place. That's what the government would do.
But it is what you said, though, Tom, because when November starts and it gets dark out at 4:30, it just kills you. And I sit there with my wife, and she's like, "Oh, I'm bored. I'm like, "Yeah, welcome to winter. Welcome to November. It's going to get even worse in January because the temperatures are going to drop down to below freezing."
Yeah.
And January, and for some reason, Christmas week, when you're doing this radio thing, it just seems like a very slow week. Like it just drags and drags and drags. And New Year's Eve has always been that way to me. It just seems like you're never going to get there. Time just stops.
It does.
It just stops.
Even as a kid, it was like that.
Yeah, as a kid, it was like that. And January is going to be even worse because it just seems like the months are just going to go on and on.
January.
And on
it's a long month.
Yeah,
it's
a very long month.
It's a long month. But all right, let's try to trim down and eat healthy. But I'm all for that SNAP thing getting limited. And I think RFK was the great choice. What a difference in you never heard the government trying to tell people to get healthy. They had those stupid food groups or whatever. But now like guys like RFK, and there's kind of a movement in this country that right in your face, listen, you're being poisoned with this crappy food. You got to change your ways. Don't eat this crap. And it's good advice, and do it with your kids. Try to have them less soda, less of this crap. It's not easy. It's hard. It's always hard to push back against the culture, but at least you have the people at the top pushing the culture in the right way. So I give Robert F. Kennedy a lot of credit for it. And let me tell you, that guy has taken a lot of heat. He was a Democrat. He's a Kennedy. The social circles that he traveled in, I think he's a little nutty too, which I kind of like, because kind of nutty people kind of get things done. And you got to understand his whole world, all his connections and everything. He's like enemy number one to so many people who used to love him, kiss his butt because he was a Kennedy, wanted to help him, wanted to back him in everything he was doing. Once he came over to the dark side, that's MAGA, man, all those friends, even his own brothers and sisters, man, they want to put they're shooting arrows at him. I get why the family did, and I've said this before, so I don't. I think as a younger guy, he was so out of control, RFK, because he had definitely addiction issues, I think, as a younger guy, pretty serious stuff. And so I leave his siblings out of this if they're throwing rocks at him, because he probably terrorized them, because when people are on drugs and they're in your family, they terrorize the family. Look at Rob Reiner and his wife are a perfect example. I mean, if you have a kid addicted, and man, that can be brutal. So I kind of get why RFK, because of his behavior as a younger person and his addictions, his siblings might not like him, but all his phony friends who hate him, who didn't really care about any of that stuff, and they didn't live in his family, but they loved him when he was RFK, the lawyer and the environmentalist and all that. Then they loved him. But now he's come on over to Health and Human Services, doing a bang-up job. He's now MAGA. Now he's hated God. He's persona non grata by all the people that loved him. What a crazy What a crazy world we live in. But anyway, let's get, I'm going to start digging into the Minneapolis scandal. But, since I got off my time schedule here, I wanted to ask you, Jim, should I take a break now or should I get into the Somalis? What do you think?
Let's take a break and we'll get into it on the other side.
I like your plan. Let's go with it.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
We ask parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT here in Philadelphia. You can listen on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, or you can live stream us on YouTube this New Year's Day in Philadelphia, which I understand is now snowing outside. And we got the Mummers Parade today. And this is Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and Company. So... And I am on. I always like to remind you I will be on again tomorrow. And we have the Tom Hazelby Show Saturday, 8 to 9 every Saturday. So you can join me there. So let's get into Minneapolis. And I know I'm going to try to give you a different angle on this. I'm going to focus in a little bit on Congresswoman Omar's husband. I think he's an interesting cat as far as all this fraud goes. And I'll try to give you a little different, what not you're reading every day in the newspaper, what all the news is talking about. We'll do a little bit of that, but I'm going to get into him because I think the way her wealth and his wealth have shot up in the last 2 or 3 years is pretty interesting. And she doesn't. I'll say this right now. You say, well, they all get rich this way with the stock market. That's not the case here. So we're going to dig into this. This isn't Nancy Pelosi situation where she got so rich. Though her husband, not that allegedly, She was feeding her husband information, but he is a big-time financier, so he is in the markets. So Pelosi's got a little bit of I would say, an alibi. Not that anyone's going to buy it, but she does a little bit of an alibi because her husband is a wealthy man and he was a trader. But who knows? Maybe they only got rich because what Nancy whispered in his ear when they were in pillow talk, as they say. Anyway, this Nick Shirley, this young Mormon from Utah, doing the job that journalists from the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, ABC, NBC, they can't do. But this guy, Nick Shirley, going around knocking on doors of these, the new scam out in Minneapolis in the Somalian community is these child care centers, and there's no kids in them. And this scam could be up to $100 million. It's still early. But Nick Shirley is now they're coming after him. So CNN and they're all doing hit pieces on him. They're going into protection mode because this fraud goes up to the highest parts of the Democratic Party. Never mind Governor Walz, who nearly became your vice president, but it also goes up to the Biden and the Biden administration and Kamala's campaign, because you think that when they do their due diligence, they don't want any of this stuff getting out. So they must, there was no way that they could turn a blind eye to all the scandals in Minneapolis. These people go in, they turn over a lot of rocks, and you're telling me they didn't think there was a problem there? And I'll tell you why everyone would have been told there was a problem there, is because reporters were getting intimidated not to say anything by the Walz administration. You think one reporter didn't say, listen, they didn't let us talk about the Somalian fraud that has been going on here with autism and feed the kids and everything. Someone would have said something. So someone did say something. That's what I'm saying. And the Kamala, when they were doing their due diligence on Walz, they probably heard it. They probably just looked the other way. It was too close. They had 107 days or whatever. So they looked away. So now what the media is doing is they're trying to get this 23-year-old Nick Shirley, who's done a bang-up job. They're just trying to kind of ruin his reputation, and it's tough to do. He seems like he's just a normal kid. Hey, what are you going to – he's even said it. There's nothing you can get on me. I think he even said I'm a virgin. Like, you can't even get like a woman's story on me. I'm a virgin. I don't do drugs and I don't drink. So good luck trying for CNN to try to take this kid down. Before, you know what? I do have a clip. I think I have a clip about the Maternity Care Coalition. And if you're not ready for it, Jim, we can come back to it, because I don't know if this is legitimate or not. But what's going on right now is there are some organizations in Philadelphia that have received federal funding and state funding. And this is alleged. I'm not saying this. One is the Maternity Care Coalition. I saw one of these civilian investigators going out there and taking a look around. And this is allegedly, I'm not saying they have violated anything in any way, but listen, this is Pandora's box being opened.
Looks like we do have it if you want to play it.
Yeah, let's play it. And I will say, I don't know if this organization has done anything wrong. They could be doing great things in the city of Philadelphia in maternity care. But it's a clip I saw. It's out on the public internet. So let's play that clip.
The Maternity Care Coalition is a nonprofit that got $23 million from the government to run daycares like this. So it is 2 p.m. This place is supposed to be open. It closes at around 4:30. We're going to try and buzz one more time to see if anybody opens up. Looking for childcare. Okay, so nobody's going to open. Okay, another entrance. Gonna knock again. Again, it's 2 p.m., so within operating hours, this place should be open. Okay. Little Frank needs childcare.
All right. Okay, so listen, I'm this is just another, civilian investigator, and it is a holiday week. So let me go in defense of Maternity Care Coalition, who I know absolutely nothing about, okay? And they could run the greatest program in the city of Philadelphia. They get $23 million. I'm sure it's not all private donations. There's got to be taxpayer donations, but maybe they are doing a good job and they were closed down for the holiday. My bigger point on this, well, first of all, if you ever ran an organization or a company and you see something like this online, what's going on across my advice as a crisis counselor and radio host, I would tell the people at Maternity Care Coalition, get out in front of the microphone really quick. If this is not true and they're misrepresenting what your organization does in Philadelphia, get out in front of this real quick, because if you start to hide, that's going to raise everyone's suspicion. And that's your job. If you are taking public funding, which I believe they are, you do have an obligation when someone starts calling you out on something like this. You have an obligation to the people you're taking care of, to the taxpayers, to get out, make a statement, and tell people exactly what your organization is doing. And if people are being misled about your organization based on what this civilian journalist was doing, I'm assuming he was not affiliated with any major news network or newspaper. He's just a young guy out doing what Nick Shirley was doing. Then they should get out ahead of it. They should get out ahead of it quick. And I think we're going to see a ton of this now. And it was just, and thank God for Elon Musk, because no one would have understood the NGOs, that the non-government organizations, and how much power and money they had and what they were distributing. Then you learn our whole nonprofits, all these nonprofits, there is so much scandal and ripoff going in nonprofits. There's no doubt about it. There's so many scams out there in nonprofits that we would have never known about it. It became part of the language of our culture now because of Elon and Deutsch going out there and doing these investigations. At least it's now on the front of everybody's mind. Like, who is this organization? What are they doing with money? Are they getting government money? Like, I never knew Catholic Charities and Lutheran Charities they're getting millions and millions. I thought Catholics gave to Catholic Charities. I didn't know the federal government was writing them used checks to settle illegal immigrants. And I'm a Catholic, so I'm kind of like, what the heck is going on? I got a whole thing on that too, but I can't go too far off. But anyway, everybody is giving a second look at any of these organizations that are receiving government money or even private nonprofits who are getting tons of money. What are they doing with the money? Are these nonprofits, because they get a tax break, and as a taxpayer, as a nonprofit, we're letting them off the hook to do good work. But if they're doing good work that's not good for the country, you're getting ripped off. Don't let them be a nonprofit. If they want to be a regular company for profit and do stuff that they have a right to do because it's a very free country that you might think is bad for the country, then that's fine. But if they're a nonprofit, we're giving them a break. And if they're doing something that's not benefiting the country, we should be made aware of it. So anyway, I think there's going to be a lot of this corruption getting exposed at some of the most local levels, like from not big national stories like Minneapolis, but it's going to start getting local. You'll see it in Philadelphia. You're going to see it in a county. You'll see it down in Baltimore. This country is riddled with these frauds, and it seems like the press and the major media and they don't care about that. There's no 60 Minutes kicking in doors or taking on this story. And thank God for the internet, and thank God for these journalists. Thank God for X, and thank God for Elon Musk. This kind of all comes back to him. Imagine if Donald Trump did not win the election. We wouldn't know half of the stuff that we know now. And that's why you should be optimistic. Instead of gloom and doom, somebody, no one's going to jail. It's not going our way. All gloom and doom. No, there's good things happening. We are finding out stuff we would have never known. if Donald Trump was not elected, and Elon Musk bought Twitter, and it just keeps going on and on. It's like it's all good stuff. So we should be optimistic. And this guy's going out checking in on Maternity Care Coalition. Let's find out what they're up to. And if they're legitimate, it'll be easy for them to prove that. Okay. So a lot of this fraud that you're seeing out in Minneapolis comes out of Congresswoman Omar's district. All right. And she's got a very controversial path. How she got into the country. Did she, like she has a brother. And I don't know what the deal is that she had to marry the brother quickly. He was somewhere over in the Middle East. And her father, the time that he wanted to be over there, I guess he was in Dubai, but he was, I don't know. He had a very flamboyant lifestyle. I don't know if it was a sexual thing, but I heard the father was like, we got to get that kid. They're Muslim faith. They're conservative with that type of cultural or sexual thing, that he wanted to get that boy or that young man out of wherever he was over into the United States. So the rumor allegedly is Omar married him because they couldn't go through the same chain migration process. Now, I don't know if that's true or not true, but she's got a dicey past. There's no doubt about that. Another thing about Omar, her father was a colonel in the Marxist dictator's army over there in Somalia. Her grandfather had a huge job in the government, and this was a Marxist regime that broke into civil war. The country's just been run by warlords. But the grandfather was in charge of the maritime ports over in Somalia. And obviously they were government connected. They were connected to the dictator. And what people in a lot of these countries, specifically Somalia, I think they're number 179 out of 180 corrupt governments in the world. 179 out of 180, and now they've brought some of that culture of stealing from your government. They've brought that to Minneapolis, and you have to understand that in these countries, ripping off your government is it's not frowned upon. It's part of the culture. It's the way it's done. Who's ever in power and all their henchmen, like Omar's father and uncles or whatever, they're all ripping off the government. That's what they do. And then the Civil War broke out and they had to run for their lives. And then we spend billions through Catholic charities and Lutheran charities. These people that ripped off their country actually helped start their Civil War. Then we spend billions to resettle them in Minneapolis. And how did they all end up in Minneapolis? They ended up in Minneapolis because a few families, like a lot of migrants, a few families showed up in Minneapolis. They were being sent by all these organizations to different crime-ridden cities and crummy neighborhoods. But they got word from some of the original families, and I'm going back to the early 2000s, late 1990s. Come to Minneapolis. This is where the food processing industry is. And you don't have to learn English. You don't have to assimilate. We have you come here. Food processing is really hard, tough, dirty work. It's cutting cows' heads off and slaughtering pigs. And you don't have to learn the language because that's the type of your work you can do. And they were paying a decent wage. Then the other big benefit that the few first families that came there told all the Somalians that were in crappy neighborhoods in Baltimore or in somewhere in New Mexico, they're like, come here, the welfare here. And Minnesota it's been Democratic forever. It has a huge welfare system that it's so easy to get welfare, to get benefits in Minnesota. So anyway, that's a little bit of history for you, how the Somalian community got built up in Minneapolis. Because you would think people from one of the hottest places in the world in Africa would go to one of the coldest places in the country, which is Minneapolis. Why would they do there? Because of easy to work there, don't have to learn the language, and a very generous welfare state. So that's a little background on how they got there. And the government officials, and like I said, even Omar's family, because I'm going to get into Omar's husband and what he was up to. But I want to give you a little bit of history, how this is so common. And it's not just Somalians. This goes on in India. ripping off the government, Pakistan, ripping off the government in a lot of these countries, which was not a culture of the United States. That is not an ingrained culture in American-born people to rip off your government. Not that it doesn't go on, but it's not a day-to-day thing where it's kind of normal. That's what you do when you come from one of these countries. And a lot of these, the Somalians are clan networks here in America, and they're very well organized. Kind of like, you think of like, there's been Irish mobsters, the Webstys, the Italian mob in Philadelphia. They're families and they trust each other. And this kind of human condition is common across all different types of people. So it's not exclusive to anyone's skin color, but it is more prevalent in these third world countries in the culture to rip off the government. So anyway, let's get into Omar and her husband. His name is Tim Minette. Now, Tim Minette married Omar. I'm assuming I don't know if he's the third husband. I would assume he's the third husband. And he had a very public divorce because just a few years ago, his wife went public about him cheating with Congresswoman Omar. She went public with it, and he was he's a political guy, meaning he has a political consulting firm with his business partner, and they raise money. But their biggest gig was the contract they got with Omar. And I don't know, I think he made like $2 or $3 million off her campaign when she was running for Congress. Now everyone starts thinking, where was she getting the campaign funds? Was she getting kickbacks from the Somalians running the fake Feed the Children and the daycare centers? We're going to get into a little bit about that. But anyway, this guy's an American. He's actually, Tim is from North Jersey, and I'm just going to refer to him. Tim is Omar's husband. He attended school at the University of Albany. But he was very connected before he got connected to Omar. He's connected with Keith Ellison, who was a congressman from Minneapolis, who is now the Attorney General of Minneapolis. He was tied to Louis Farrakhan at one time, but then he denied it. He wasn't part of them, and he is Muslim, but now he's like a Sunni Muslim. But he's an American. I guess he was an American black Muslim, and now he's kind of taken up the Sunni. I don't want to go through all the different forms of being a Muslim, but that was kind of his thing. He started taking heat because he was associated with black Muslims and Louis Farrakhan. So then he had kind of went to a different division of the Muslim religion, and I think it's Sunni, which a lot of Saudis, I believe, are. But anyway, he is now the Attorney General of Minneapolis. He was a congressman. Now he's the Attorney General. So this is a guy that that you would hope your state Attorney General would have been keeping an eye out on all this federal and state money. But no, there's clips of him defending it. When rumors started to come out, it was happening. He started defending it, saying like, this sounds like you're going after small businesses. They're Somalians, they're Muslims. It's traditional American racism. And he's heard on tape making a couple of these speeches. But him and Tim Walz and their administration, Keith Ellison as the Attorney General of the state, they did back reporters off, and they weaponized that whole thing. Like, you're coming after people because of their race and their skin color and their religion. And they basically have them on tape saying this. And everyone has to know this statistic, and I've said it on other shows. They have 2,200 people in health and human services in the Minnesota state. In that department, there's a health and human services in the state of Minnesota. There's 2,200 employees. Over 400 were whistleblowers. Think about that. 400 whistleblowers in a department, and they were all pretty much told to be quiet. Whistleblowers, I thought, are like maybe you have a giant department and there's 2 or 3 guys that want to come out and tell you the dirt, what's going on. They had over 400. That tells you how well known this scandal was. And it also tells you that there was no way Kamala Harris and her campaign of professionals coming in with $1 billion. They didn't hear or do the due diligence to find there was a problem there. But I don't get it. But that's going to be exposed soon, I'm sure. But anyway, let's get back to Omar's husband, Tim. Okay, so he raises about $3 million for Omar, and Tim is about 44. Omar is 43. Let me tell you, she looks really young for being 43 years old. For a woman, she looks very young. She's an attractive young woman, but she's 43. I never knew that. I always thought she was like in her early 30s. So when Tim was working at the time, his I don't know what you would call him. He's married. It's his girlfriend. It's his mistress or whatever. They're having this little thing going with each other. But they had FEC complaints that they were using campaign money and funds for illegal travel and for date nights. So that's not something I'm reporting as new. That came up back in her campaign, back in in the early 2020 or 2021. That their little romance going together. There were federal election charges or complaints brought up against them that they were using the money personally. I think we're going to go to break. And when we come back, I'm going to go a little bit deeper into Tim, Omar's husband, the congresswoman, and then we're going to tie it all back to the big scandal in Minneapolis. So we'll go to break, and we'll be right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department, who manages our Piazza partnership, just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. This is Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company on this New Year's Day. We're getting into the Minneapolis thing. It's the talk of the town, as they say, or it's the talk of the country. What a giant ripoff. I'm going to give you some numbers in a little bit, but I was talking about Tim Minette. He's married to Congresswoman Omar, had a very public breakout up with his first wife when he started working with Congresswoman Omar. His wife went public that he was having an affair with the Congresswoman. Hey, listen, that stuff happens in life. I don't really care about that. What I do care about is if Tim Minette, who is Omar's husband, was involved in some shady business deals, because Omar's district is ground zero for all this corruption. It is literally ground zero for all the fraud coming out of the Somalian community with these, feeding the kids, the autism. Now they got the whole Medicaid fraud thing going there, and they are giant numbers. We'll do the numbers in a little while. So anyway, Minette was her political consultant, and he has a business partner, and I'll get to him, but I want to just focus on Tim Minette in the beginning here. And he is not Somalian. He's he went to college in New York State or something. He grew up in North Jersey. And all this is allegedly. I don't have any confirmed evidence of what I'm going to talk about, so it is alleged. It is alleged. But I found this interesting. After her campaign, which raised, and I don't know what the average congressional campaign raises, but Omar did pretty well. She had raised a few $1,000,000, and he would then he would have a consulting company, a political consulting company. But then in 2021, he opens up a winery. That he gets into the wine business, and it doesn't seem like he was a wealthy man before he started working with Omar, or the fact that he would even get into the wine business. But that's what he does. Him and his political consultant business partner, who doesn't really have much of an online profile. I'm not saying anything about that. I just couldn't find a lot of information about him. But he's been like a Washington kind of political hanger-on guy. But I don't think you make that type of money unless there's the big guys that you see on or pollsters on CNN or whatever. But getting into the wine business, that's a rich guy's business. That's, celebrity business, or sometimes it's not even rich people in the winery business. It's families in the winery business who have been in it for decades, and their grandfather owned the winery. So that's the winery business. So here's this guy, Tim Minette, her husband, opens up a wine business, and all of a sudden it lasts about a year or two, and they hire a woman called Erica Stancliffe, who's just like a lot of these wine businesses. You hire a winemaker as a contractor or whatever. But what she said, and she's been interviewed, there was no warnings, there were no discussions. The business was not doing well. They just stopped talking to her. They stopped sending her checks. She said she kind of kept the work going for them, thinking like, hey, maybe they would come back, or I don't know what she thought. She was probably wishful thinking. But anyway, it sounds like she got screwed out of some money, and they stopped paying her. And all of a sudden, this high flying and all the bravado, but which entrepreneurs have to do to get people excited about what they're doing, it all went to pot. Nothing. It didn't go to pot. The wine didn't go to pot, meaning it all disappeared. They even stopped calling her. And let me tell you something. That just shows you they're not legitimate business people. When businesses go bad, if you ever want to have another business and you want to maintain relationships, you go out and explain to people who either work for you or vendors, like, all right, this is what happened. It didn't go bad. This is what we're going to do. This is how we need to settle. Or you go to court to do it. These two guys, their wine business collapsed, and they didn't pay anyone. Anyway, they spoke about how well it was doing, but their bank accounts had very little money in them, and they might have done $200,000 in sales overall over a couple of years or something. So they weren't lighting the world on fire, and the thing went out of business. And it's just a weird business to get into. So I'm a little confused on why he got into that business. Whatever they put into the business, they lost, and they didn't have much sales. But this is where it gets interesting. The next thing he does, here are two political consulting guys. They decide to open up a private equity firm, just like that. Like they haven't worked on Wall Street. They're political guys that raise money for campaigns, but now they open their own private equity firm. And when these guys are in their 40s, I think his partner was in his 50s, they have no background in finance. Okay. So at that age, to get into the private equity business, to me, is very, very suspicious when you don't have any background. Maybe, when you get into a business, I got into a couple of businesses, I didn't really know much about them, but I was so young, I had time to learn about them, and I didn't have a wife and kids at home. But these guys are in their 40s and 50s, getting into very complicated business, the private equity business. That's a very, very complicated business. If you ever dealt with private equity, there's a lot to it. It really stinks, what private equity does to companies, because that's another whole discussion. I've seen that happen over and over again with entrepreneurs selling to private equity. It's such a headache. But so anyway, her and her husband Tim in 2024 filed a congressional financial disclosure, and these things are not exact science, because they don't send a bunch of accountants to the congressperson's house to audit it, but they take enough information and they give a range, and sometimes the range is way too big. But they said on this one in 2024, Omar's congressional financial disclosure. Now, before this, when she was running her first disclosure a couple of years earlier, or a few years earlier, she was in debt, like $62,000 allegedly. Like she had no net worth. She had a negative net worth. So now here you are a few years later with her husband, who's now has had a failed winery, now starts a private equity firm, not with a private equity guy, where he might be going out and made connections, going to raise money for the private equity. It's with his other partner who is in the political game. So two guys who I believe know absolutely nothing about finance, acquisitions. They don't know anything. Who knows if they could even read a balance sheet? But all of a sudden, their net worth in this financial disclosure is $6 to $30 million. That's highly, highly unusual. $6 to $30 million. So let's even take the low number of $6 million. That's still a lot of money. $6 million. Say if they owned a house worth $750,000 or $800,000, and then you got to assume it's all paid off in their 40s, because you got to minus what the mortgage is. But this is a big number, $6 to $30 million. Even when they did an earlier 2023 financial disclosure, they said they were worth $1 million to $5 million, and they stated that the winery was a big part of that asset. Now we know at that time when they gave this 2023, that winery wasn't making any money. Their sales were 200,000 over a few years. So her husband has a very suspicious financial background, $6 to $30 million. And this is what's weird about the private equity firm. There's no record of any major deals, no major investors, and there's no evidence of revenue, even though they had a website, and the website was bragging that they were in multiple countries across the globe. And anyone can say whatever they want in a private company on a website. But there's no real tracking of anyone they were doing business with and raising money. Now, what we've seen recently, as of December 2025, they're now scrubbing their website of all the people that were supposedly associated with this private equity firm. And the scrubbing of the website occurred when the Somalian scandal started to break. That's when they started scrubbing the website. And some of the people on it were former Democratic Senator Max Baucus. He's from Montana, well-known, big-time senator, was chair of the Senate Finance Committee. He was once the ambassador to China. Now he's on their board of directors. Well, that guy's name has been removed from the website ever since things start crumbling in Minneapolis. And there were, I also understand there were other Obama people, maybe we don't know them, but tied in Obama people also had their name scrubbed from their association with Omar's private equity business. So I think we're going to go to break right now. And when we come back, I'm going to kind of just, and this is just what I think might have happened with this private equity firm, where this $6 to $30 million kind of congressional financial disclosure that Omar and Tim did, where this money might have come from, if they have it. And they might have the money. I just want to explain to you where it might have come from. So we're going to hit that when we get back from the break.
Autoimmune disease, difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
A new year is a fresh start, full of countless opportunities. But why wait for the stock market to shape your future? This year, crash-proof consumers are not waiting on the market to decide their future. Their exclusive crash-proof retirement systems are earning interest while protecting the nest egg they worked a lifetime to build. The interest you earn is credited immediately and becomes a part of your new principal, with zero risk of market losses or hidden fees. So make 2026 the year that you leave your financial worries behind and start your retirement future filled with peace of mind. And that starts with calling 1-800-722-9728 or by visiting our new website, crashproofretirement.com, to learn how you can start the new year crash-proof. And Happy New Year from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT here in snowy Philadelphia today. Tom Aisley sitting in for Kayal and company. You know what? I'm going to get back into Omar and her husband, Tim Minette, and I'm playing a little investigator here, trying to see if they're involved in the the giant Minneapolis Somalian community scam that's going on. Something's very suspicious. Omar, when she ran a few years ago, had very little net worth. Now, her and her husband are claiming they have $5 to $30 million in their congressional financial disclosure. I know there's a lot of range there. I explained why that happens. But that's a very big jump in their net worth, especially with a husband who left the consulting political business to start a winery that never had more than $200,000 in sales over a few years from the research I've gotten. And then him and his political consultant partner, who know nothing, I would assume, about being a private equity firm, they open up a private equity firm. And then in December, when the scandal starts breaking, some of the powerful people from the Obama administration and Senator Max Baucus from Montana, former senator, all of a sudden they're in a panic getting their names scrubbed off Omar's husband's company website. And it was the name of the company is Rose Capital. Rose Capital was the name of Tim Mynette's private equity company. I'm wondering if it's going to be shut down in the next day or so, because the feds are all over Minneapolis right now. The FBI is in there. Health and Human Services in there because there was all the kid stuff the money being stolen there. I think every department, Health and Human Services in there because Medicare and Medicaid have been totally ripped off. There's an army of federal investigators now looking into Minneapolis, and my guess is that they might be looking into Omar and her husband Tim pretty quickly too, with their increase of $6 to $30 million. So this is kind of how I would think it might have worked, and this is all hypothetical. So you have all these people ripping off the government, and what you have, and then what the Somalians would do is they would have friends and families would be the vendors, and some would be executives, but probably more vendors. So they would set up these fake companies that are servicing these nonprofits, trucking materials in, food, classroom furniture, rents, all these big, these are big numbers. It's up to $1 billion. So everyone in the family is some type of vendor. So yeah, you got three guys and they're each making $4 million a year or $2 million a year. Some might be getting sent back to Somalia. Some of it, they say Al-Shabaab or whatever, Islamic terrorist group slaughtering Christians in Africa. Maybe some of the money went to them. Like, this probably got some international ties to it. But what happens is the family members get these big checks because they have fake companies that are like vendors to the company. A company might have a small margin of 10% or 5% if they're nonprofits or whatever, but you can pay the vendors big money, but they're not delivering anything. There's no cost to their service because it's a scam. So, uncle this guy, aunt so-and-so, cousin so-and-so, they're all getting written these big checks every month. Now, the trick is you have to wash the money. So this is, and believe me, there was definitely washing of money here. Because to hide money like this, you have to get some legitimate assets. Think about, if you ever watch Ozarks on Netflix, washing money there. It's like if you're in the cash business, the drug business, you got to get some legitimate businesses to kind of wash this money, and that's. So what would happen is, as they're washing this money, maybe buying real estate and then flipping it, maybe actually buying a legitimate business and hiring people. You don't really care if the business is not making money, but as long as the money going out is the money coming in. So then that money is taken, and then it's donated by individuals to political campaigns. And Omar's husband, Tim Mynette, it would be a perfect guy to know how to run. He doesn't know how to run a private equity firm, but he would know how to get the money after it's been washed, to get it invested into his Rose, whatever his private equity firm is, I can't even remember the name, but whatever his private equity firm is. So now you have these individuals in the community in Minneapolis that are to start writing him big checks as investments because they're all in on it. This is all connected. It's not like individual gangsters. This is it's like the cartels in a way, like putting the bracelets on all the people sneaking across the border. Like it was a business. When you got into America, even to this day, these people make payment to a local guy in the neighborhood for the cartel for their passage into America. It's like taking out a mortgage. It's well organized. So what would happen is the money is washed, and then these individuals that are sitting on big money, they know it's not all theirs because they're all connected and there's a hierarchy. And I'm guessing, I don't even know if I believe it yet. I'm just speculating. And that's what you can do because this is all alleged. I'm speculating here. But that's what I do. I believe that a lot of that money was washed. And then some of the people in that community, she's the congresswoman. She's a powerful person. She represents the community. Her husband and her got some of those profits invested into their private equity firm. And I think that's why she's got a $5 to $30 million financial disclosure. That's my guess. I don't know how it could have jumped that high. And some people must have been that private equity firm must have had some millions of dollars coming into it. Not that it was being invested in any way. It's probably being eaten up by all his operational costs of running the private equity firm because there's no sign he did anything with the private equity firm. There is a sign that he did. There is evidence he did run a winery, but it collapsed pretty quickly. So anyway, that's my speculation. If you want to comment on that, 855-839-1210. So let's get into some of the numbers here. Feeding Our Future, that is the federal nutrition program fraud. In Minneapolis, there could be up to $300 million in related schemes just in this one area. $300 million. That's big money. This is all connected to the Somalian community in Minneapolis. $300 million. Okay, the House Stabilization Services. It's a housing program. I don't know what they do, but the HSS, they're saying there might be $300 million in that. Providers are billed for housing support services. So I don't even know what are billed for housing support services. I don't even know what this is. Like the government is giving checks for housing support services. I'm sure it has some type of logic to it. I just don't know what it is. But this is the bad logic to it. They got ripped off for $300 million. Okay, so we got $300 million and the one above was $300 million. Now the one that you've heard about is the early autism, early intensive development. And basically the amount of money there is about $220 million. And the amount of kids that would have had to have autism in the community in Minneapolis, it would be nearly every other kid walking down the block had autism for that much money to be spent. I'm exaggerating that it would have to be every other kid, but it would be such a large number of kids with autism. But we know this wasn't for kids with autism because no one got help. So now we're at $220 million. Then they had the child care assistant program. That's what the 23-year-old Nick, the Mormon kid who's out there knocking on the doors. They think that is $100 million. So Minneapolis has been ripped off. And believe me, we're just getting started with this thing. Who knows where it's going to go? So the total now is $920 million. That is a lot of money. And why is it such a lot of money? Is that it was all ripped off by a community where the American people went out of their way to bring them here, resettle them here, give them a new beginning, a new life from a war-torn Civil War very difficult place. You talk about America. America is so good natured, and that's why I hate when people say, "Oh, America is so bad." We're so good. One little community was able to rip us off for $920 million, even though we went out of our ways to fly them here, resettle them here. And in the beginning, they had to be fed, they had to be helped. And so, and let me tell you, there were probably a lot of good American people who, donated time, donated help. Probably didn't donate money because it seems like the government, like I said before, is the government's funding all the Catholic charities. I thought it was people throwing it in the basket at church. Then they got billions of dollars. This is because Joe Biden was feeding it to them to bring in all the illegals and get them nice hotels and phones. But man, what a just ungrateful would be my word if you were in this community, and I'm not saying all Somalians in the community of Minneapolis were involved in it, knew about it, but you're going to take a lot of heat for it, and now the press is trying to say, oh, now it's becoming abusive to the Somalian community. Well, listen, you should shame them. They just ripped you off for $920 million. You should shame that community. Shame works. It does work. As a kid, it worked. If your teacher shamed you, she caught you doing something you shouldn't be doing. And the whole class looked at you like you were a knucklehead. And then you're like, oh, God, I don't want to get caught doing that again. It's so embarrassing. So embarrassing. So anyway, it's almost up to $1 billion. Now we go to the next one, which is the Medicaid funded programs. This is bringing it to a new stratosphere, and it's part of the Somalian fraud, but it was in 14 different high risk Medicaid funded programs, I think, across the state of Minnesota. Now, this one they believe has lost $9 billion since 2018. $9 billion. All the frauds I just did there for you a minute ago, that was $1 billion. Now you got $9 billion that was distributed through 14 different agencies, and $9 billion. I'm stunned trying to figure out how the heck you could lose $9 billion. So put it this way. The whole program since 2018 in 17 years was funded with taxpayer money of $18 billion. So in the past 7 years, they've had $18 billion of funding. $9 billion of the $18 billion didn't go to pay for anyone's health care in the Medicaid. $9 billion of it was stolen, over half of it. That's like CIA stuff, stealing that type of money. We never had a crime family in America steal $9 billion. Nowhere near it. This is beyond anything we've ever seen. And when I say CIA stuff, where the CIA needed to send, weapons down into South America to Nicaragua or whatever, and they had to do a scam, I'm thinking Iran-Contra or whatever, but any type, or a CIA thing in Ukraine where the American people didn't want to pay for it, and the CIA might be able to figure out how to steal $9 billion from the from the U.S. Treasury. $9 billion. But now we're being told that Somalians, and maybe with the Medicaid and Medicare, you're going to get people outside the Somalian community, but I know the Somalians are tied to this. They've stole $9 billion, man. This is big stuff. And let me tell you, these Somalians are brilliant. A lot of criminals, they say, are really smart. If they had focused on engineering or opening businesses, they would have been very successful. Well, let me tell you, these Somalians I'd round up these Somalians that committed all this fraud, and I don't know, maybe send them to the Harvard Medical School, and they'll come up with a cure for cancer. Because you figure out how to steal this much money. We're up to $10 billion, $9 billion in Medicare or Medicaid, and then you got another $1 billion in the assorted programs. Wow. I'm joking in a way, but I'm not joking. Man, this is a big time theft, man. A lot of thought went into it. Or maybe a lot of thought doesn't go into it. Maybe if you're from a different culture and you have no loyalty to the country that you came from, and you have a culture of ripping off your government, and our government is so lazy and weak that there's, and look at Tim Walz. I mean, if you ever saw a sucker walking down the block, I mean, before I even heard of any of these fraudulent things, if I saw Waltz walking down the block, I'd be like, yeah, that guy's he's an easy target. Look at him. He's so dopey and goofy. So it's, this is why the American government, this is why, and Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was saying, we have to get a third of the money out of the government, either stop getting it or reallocating that it's flowed back into the private sector and put into the economy, because then the money has momentum and it doesn't get stolen. Not like this if it goes into the private sector. So a third of the money that the government is blowing into our system, it needs to be redirected, and that money needs to go through the private sector to hit the economy, or you're losing billions of dollars. And you're getting no growth, and you're getting a bunch of fraud. And the Somalians proved it for us. But we have to hope that this opens up Pandora's box across the country on Medicare, on Medicaid, and Medicare, all of them. Because if it's in Minneapolis, the Somalians might have blown the lid off of it, but we are going to find so much more of this. And you as a taxpayer, if you're listening right now, I don't care how much money you make, you're paying taxes every day. Your cable, your cell phone, everything you buy, and you're paying state income tax, federal income tax, the government, the tolls, every toll, your Easy Pass. Don't let anyone kid you that no one's paying their fair share. Literally everyone is paying their fair share. Even rich people pay a ton in taxes. But everyone is too. And when you see something like this, we're all just getting ripped off. We're all getting ripped off. And we were trying to be generous people to a people that had suffered on the African continent. And they come in and they might have stolen $10 billion. That's a problem. And the community should be shamed, and they should dig into this and don't stop digging. And they're going to try, the press, the media outlets, political people, they're all going to twist it, and they're just going to go back to their playbook of like, this is racist, this is unfair, you're labeling a whole community. They're going to push back hard. And you know what? I don't think they're going to get away with this time. I want to be an optimist. I think they got their hands full trying to bury this one. It's not going to happen. Okay. I'm glad I got through that. And I really want Omar's husband. I hope Kash Patel and any in the Treasury Department, because they are a private equity firm, they better be looking up what that guy was up to, because it might be the opportunity to finally get her and all her policies and all her anti-Americanism. It could be the perfect time to get her out of office. I think we got to go to break. We have two guests coming up. We're going to be bringing up a SEAL ST6 operator from SEAL Team 6, Mario Perez. He's going to be coming up in the 8:30 hour. If you have any questions for him, you can start posting them in the YouTube. Hopefully, we'll get a couple of calls on that. And then at 9:30, I got Cynical Publius from X, who's a retired United States colonel. We're going to have a lot to talk to with him about. And I think with Mario Perez, the ST6 operator, we're going to talk about what's going on in Venezuela. And let me tell you, it's a little bit more complicated than you think. It's not just about Venezuela. It's not about the narco states. There's a bigger thing here, and we're going to talk about that, and I find it very interesting. We'll be back.
Hey ladies, it's Rich Zioli, and if you're going to set one New Year's resolution in 2026, it should be to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop are here to help you achieve that goal. Bob's doesn't just sell firearms, they're a full-service shop with years of experience helping people like you and me become safe, responsible gun owners. Now, ladies, I'm talking to you. Kickoff 2026. Make the commitment to attend Bob's Women's Only Shoot March 1st at 1 p.m. The event is for women only, with women instructors who are NRA and range safety certified. Bob's is the only range in the area who have all women instructors at their women shoot. You don't need a firearms ID card. No prior experience is required to attend. Register now for Bob's Women's Only Shoot March 1st. Space is limited. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com, my go-to place for all things Second Amendment, ladies. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Philly Sports Put to Music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh! Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company this New Year's Day. I'm looking out the window there. I'm trying to see if it's still snowing, but I'm sure someone will let me know in the chat. So we just got through that giant scam out in Minneapolis. Here's another thing that's going down. I don't know if people are aware of this. Listen, there's no stopping Trump, man. He says what he's going to do, and then he does it. And one of the things he said he was going to do, even with all this pressure against ICE and the deportations and everything, he's revving it up. He is really revving it up. He's California, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. There's been a bunch of guard troops coming in just to back up ICE. Not that the guard troops are going to be doing the deportations, but basically they're going to be doing some logistics. And there's a lot of manpower through the guard being sent out to those 4 specific states. Then the other thing they got going on is they have deployed, and this is all happening right now, they've deployed a lot of ICE agents to Denver, New York City, L.A., Seattle. They're getting a big influx of ICE agents. And this is what I found interesting, if this is accurate. They have a bunch of military cargo planes are all strategically placed around the country right now. And if they grab you and you have a criminal record, there's going to be no hearing. There's no appeal. There's no hearing. If you are on that docket as a criminal, and or you have had a deport order previously, it's not going to be like the guy from Maryland or whatever. They are going to be loading you up on a cargo plane, like almost. It's almost like a same-day service, so that it's going to be quick. Like, I mean, they're going to get you on a flight manifest. They're going to get you to that city. They're going to put you on that cargo plane, and all the destinations of where they're going to drop you off in different countries throughout the world, a lot being in South America or Central America. This is going to be a quick hit. They're going to get you, put you on the manifest and get you out. That's if you're on this criminal record. And believe me, they know who they're looking for too. and they know where to look. And I don't even think they're nervous about saying what's going on. I mean, this is public information. I would think the illegal community is well aware of what's going on, and I would think the cartels are well aware of what's going on because they're about to lose money. Every time one of these people gets thrown out of the country, they're going to have to cut it down because when they get back to their home country, they're going to say, "All right, let's make a settlement here." It's like a short sale on a home. I mean, this is how sophisticated it is with the cartels, but they're about to lose a lot of money because a lot of their clients with mortgages to pay back their transfers into the country are going to be picked up and thrown out. And now, if you're a non-criminal and you came over in the Biden years, you can sign a document and go. Okay? So if you get scooped up with a bunch of people, they can't just let you go if you're a non-criminal. But what they will do for you is you can sign a document and they'll let you go. It's called a voluntary departure. And that means you won't be banned if you try to come back in legally. But you will be removed quickly if you get caught up in this dragnet that's going to go on and you sign the voluntary departure. If you don't sign, this is the problem for these people. And it's unfortunate because Joe Biden invited them all in with Kamala, and now we've decided the game is over and Donald Trump is keeping his promise. So if you decide not to do it, you could be locked up for the summer, and therefore you're not making any money. You got a better chance of making money at home if you get on the plane and then maybe trying to get back here if you have relatives here. But you're probably going to wait for your hearing, and that's going to take months where you're just sitting in a detention center. And then when you lose, because you will lose in the hearing because you are here illegally, it's not Joe Biden day anymore. They've tightened the rules. They're making the rules what they should be. So if you decide to fight it, you're going to sit in a detention center and wait for your hearing through the summer. That's 5, 6, 7 months. Then you're going to be banned for 10 years that you could ever come back. You get an immediate 10-year ban when that happens. So some people who will be rolled up in this will just say, you know what, I'll sign the document. Now, this is not the one where they give you the check, the $1,000 or whatever, and they say, here's $1,000. Thanks for volunteering. This is, they had to come find you and lock you up, even if you're not a criminal. One thing's for sure, you would think that, well, you wouldn't think this. MAGA's knees don't go wobbly. If these were, if we had not elected Trump and we had Jeb Bush, or we had any one of the other, what we call the Republican elites, or just that traditional Republican corporate country club establishment type president, they would have caved to the pressure of all the drama of these poor people being sent out. And believe me, there's a lot of hardship with this. I am not saying there's not a lot of hardship, but when something ends, it ends. And you can't do it with the scalpel because, first of all, it's impossible. Then you quit because it's too difficult. That means where you're actually doing all these, you know what the resources you need to do this so perfectly that when you pick up 5 guys in a van who are sheetrockers and 3 have done terrible things in the country, but they have day jobs. Do you know how hard it is to just get those 3 and not affect the other 10 or whatever? It just doesn't work that way. When things come to an end, and there's been a lot of things in this country that came to an end that went on forever, and then once they come to the end, it's over. It's over, and then a lot of people, they do pay a price for it. We're going to take a break, but that's what's going on. I wanted you to know that's what Trump's doing with the deportations. Coming on strong. We're going to be back with our guest in 2 minutes.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and company. Okay, we have our guest coming up, and if you have any questions for an ST6 operator, that's a SEAL Team 6 operator, if you have any questions for Mario Perez, you can drop them into the chat on YouTube. I actually think we have a caller waiting to get his question in since I announced this earlier. But anyway, I want to bring on the phone Mario Perez. He was a Master Chief in the United States Navy, ST6 operator. Mario, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you again. And the audience knows I've had you on before. We've done a podcast together, and I thought a good discussion before taking any questions is what's going on down in Venezuela. This is, I thought I'd like your perspective on it. Trump has just recently blown up a dock. We've sent a big part of the Atlantic Fleet there. And before that, we were blowing up all those narco drug boats. Where do you think this is going? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it's about time, to be honest with you, that we actually focus on our own hemisphere with all the issues that we've got going on and have had for decades around here. We've always had a major presence, in the Pacific, in the Middle East, in Europe, and have largely ignored our own backyard. And we've got problems, and we've had them for a long time. So I love what he's doing. I think we need to attack, the drug trade. Obviously we need to get rid of Maduro. It would have been nice to get rid of Chavez long before him. I don't feel like we're going to be putting guys on the ground. I think what Trump is doing is essentially just trying to, stoke some instability in the country, and hoping that he'll flee, or somebody within his own regime will take him out.
I was going to ask you this. There's a little bit of an intimidation factor going on. The Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier and a carrier strike group is there, and I know you know all about that. How intimidating is that to see that off your shores?
I toured the Middle East on the Lincoln about 25 years ago, and I will say, there's no better way to project a nation's power than what we do with our carrier strike groups and our amphibious groups. it's not just a carrier that's out there. He's got submarines out there. He's got destroyers. He's got cruisers. He's got frigates. It's a whole fleet of ships, thousands and thousands of fighters, and then we've got an amphibious group that's out there as well. It's got to be intimidating for him. He can just see kind of the cards falling. Obviously, I'd like to see him go away. I think the majority of Venezuelans want to see him go away. I think it's going to happen sooner than later. But I don't anticipate us putting guys on the ground. I think we're just trying to essentially bolster any potential opposition, to give them some courage that, we're ready for this. We're behind them if they decide to take some action. And obviously we've got a $50 million bounty on him being taken out. So I think it's going to happen sooner than later.
I heard this is the biggest naval deployment in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and and I'll add, I'm going to get it. We're flying like I want to go up to a higher level, and I want to bounce this off you in a minute. But before I do, the remote dock that was hit. What do you like? Do you think they were just narco boats? What? Because he's been very, Trump usually tells you exactly where he hit, why he hit it, and why he wanted to hit it. And the interview yesterday with Netanyahu standing next to him, he was a little bit cagey about that. So, what do you think might be there?
Well, obviously there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know. And as somebody who lived behind the scenes for so long, I would go out and conduct operations or have firsthand knowledge of operations, and then, come back and turn on the news or, whatever, and listen to the story, and it would be completely opposite of what actually happened. Right. We obviously have pretty comprehensive intelligence sources and networks on the ground.
Yep.
My guess is probably, and I just heard about that like yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't know that much about that doc, but
I don't think anyone does. And it was very unlike Trump not to, sometimes he brags about it, like this is what we're doing, but his messaging seemed to be very tempered on that. But like what you just said is, there's a lot going on we have no idea about.
Yeah, for sure, and potentially he's protecting sources and methods, or maybe because it's. You are now striking territorial sovereign land. It's a little bit more sensitive of an issue, and maybe he doesn't want it to be, public, any more than it already is.
Yeah.
And
I agree with you. No one in America wants any soldiers' boots on the ground in Venezuela, and Trump. No one wants that more than Trump. Trump does not. Trump likes hitting, intimidating, using trade to make changes. But so now I'm going to go up to about 50,000 feet on this. So there is, if you look at Colombia, Honduras, Trump, who freed the drug dealer, he freed the former president drug dealer because the guy was influential in fighting against the Marxists in Honduras. Of course, Biden, that's the guy Biden goes on after, not the actual Marxists. So he won the election in Honduras. He's now pressuring in Venezuela. Now, and I talked about this with someone last night, but is this really the beginning of and I want to say proxy war or a chess game against China? China has infiltrated into South America dramatically, building ports, giving big loans. They do it across the world. Do you think this is a China strategy going on at the same time where we're telling China, oh no, the fleet's here and we're turning these countries over to be pro-American? Do you see that could be part of his plan?
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that, recently with the Panama Canal issue. It's China, it's Russia, it's Iran. We want all of the influence of our foes, for lack of a better term, out of the Caribbean. There's a Cuban line here as well. Maduro's personal security guard are Cubans because he doesn't trust any of his own people. So that changes things because the Cubans they want the money that Maduro is paying them, and their guys are going to be loyal, because if they're not, then their families are back home being held hostage, and they're going to be, dealing with a lot of issues if it comes to one of them, being involved in some sort of coup or anything. But this is largely, there's a lot of different elements going on here, but oil is certainly one of them. China is a big part of that because, they don't have a stable government. They don't have a stable economy. They don't have enough food, domestically to feed their own people. So they've got to get out and expand. And obviously they're trying to extend their influence globally. So this is a big part to deal with China for sure.
So, and I don't think a lot of people understand that there's a big geopolitical. It's not just killing narcos, which is important because they killed a ton of Americans, like we all know. But there is a bigger geopolitical play that Trump is probably executing, and the goal is, I guess, maybe these type of moves prevent ever putting boots on the ground, like these more sophisticated chess games. Maybe that spares us from some of these conflicts we've got caught up in before. But I listen, I don't know. That I'm just speculating.
No, you're 1,000% right, and we know that about Trump. He doesn't want to put people on the ground, and he does it as an extreme last resort, and it's going to be swift, precise, and then get out. The strategies of the past, we know that they don't work, and we've got decades and decades of experience showing that the strategies don't work, whether we're invading Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, you name it.
Yeah.
They don't work out well for us. We end up dumping trillions of dollars, and what do we get out of it? Nothing but, a bunch of dead Americans. And Trump knows that. He's a businessman, and it's, he loves his country, but he loves economics. He loves making money.
Yep.
And he knows that you can use that as leverage to get people to do what you want, which is much more effective in the long term than military force alone.
Yeah, and we just mentioned some of the past conflicts, and I want the listeners to know, after you just said, how some of these policies in the past haven't gone the way they should have gone or the way we wanted them to go. And you were up to your neck in them in both Iraq and Afghanistan and other places probably that you can't discuss. But where we've seen it from reading it in a newspaper, you've seen it with literally having your own boots on the ground.
I think Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, and several other places. But the one thing that honestly kind of drives me crazy is that we've got this long-standing policy that we go and invade a country, we hang out there for a few years or a couple decades, and then when it's all said and done, we bring all of those people back here, thinking that thinking that we're doing right by America. I'm like, no, and I'm like, I've spent time in Somalia. I'm like, and there are good Somalis, of course, but to think that we're just going to bring in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of these people, stash them somewhere, and somehow we're doing right by America, or there's some moral high ground there, it's just insane. We've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
And I think it's about time we stop. Obviously, we saw that in Trump's first term when things were going south in Syria and the Kurds and all that. And, the left was talking about opening the doors and bringing them people here, blah, blah, blah. And Trump's like, absolutely not. He's like, we'll build tents out there, feed them out there. And then when the war has gone away, those guys can go back home.
Yeah.
We don't need them here.
No, absolutely. And we're paying a big price in Minneapolis, not like literally, I don't know. It's up to $10 billion now, and $9 billion in Medicare and Medicaid, and I'm sure there's other people involved. But you know what? That was a great summary. I'm going to ask you one more question, and then we're going to go to a caller.
Okay.
How did it's funny the Panama Canal? The Chinese were kind of like taking control of it. It kind of moved off the newspapers. I don't know, maybe because Trump was successful in pushing, and Hegseth were successful in pushing the Chinese out. But I really don't know. Do you know what was kind of the resolution on that?
Yeah, I mean they're moved out, and we've got control over both ends of it, which was our right when we backed out under Carter. We still maintain the right to ensure that it is safe, for movement back and forth, and we basically said that with China in control, if something goes down, it's not safe, so we're moving in.
Okay.
So they got booted out, and we're there now.
Yeah, it's funny that wasn't really celebrated that much, I guess, because certain aspects of the media didn't want to act like Trump won against China in any way. That would be my guess, because
Well, I mean that, and we've had so much going on this year.
Yeah, that's true.
With Doge, everything.
Yeah,
we had a long line of things ready to take the spotlight.
Yeah, it's a fast news cycle with Trump. There's a lot going on.
For sure.
If you don't mind, we have a caller wanting to ask a question. I had circulated that out of people. I have one question that came in that I'm going to read to you. But let's go to our caller, Greg. I think he has a question for Mario Perez. Greg, are you with us?
Hey, Tom.
How are you?
You there?
I am here, Greg, and I'm here with Mario Perez, ST6 operator.
Hey, Mario. First of all, Mario, thank you for your service. I don't think people ever really appreciate everything you guys do for the country. Question for you. I have a couple of relatives who are police officers. And over the last 5, 10, 15 years, they've noticed a real drop-off on the amount of young men going in the police force and the quality of person they're getting. I know you're no longer in the service anymore, but have you heard anything about the quality of candidate that we're getting now, and the demand for it, the numbers we're getting? I just feel like over the last 10, 15 years, with young men being more occupied at home on the computer, social networks, and all that, they're not as adventurous as they used to be. Have you heard anything about that?
Good question, Greg.
I've experienced it myself. I'm not a cop, but I've got a lot of friends who are cops. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things going on. Yes, you're right. There's been a dynamic shift in the population growing up with, video games and cell phones and, not really having a lot of, personal experience. The other aspect is, I remember talking to a buddy of mine who was a Chicago cop at the time. And, I just happened to mention, when we, how we would be very critical on ourselves when we get done with an operation because, we don't want to hide any of our own mistakes and we want to make sure that we get better, blah, blah, blah. So, I brought up the fact that, we've got very robust and comprehensive debriefs when we get done with an operation. And his response was, yeah, we don't really have debriefs. We have investigations. Completely different, right? Because they don't have any political backing, and that's there's been a very dynamic shift over the last probably 2 to 3 decades in some of the really deep blue cities where the politicians, are beholden to the criminals and the criminal elements and their families and less so, to their law enforcement officers. And that's where we get the defund the police. It's, where we get all these different things going on. And men and women, the ones who have got talent and can do a lot of other things will decide to do other things because I don't want to run around, the battlefield. I don't want to run around the streets of Chicago thinking that, even if I do my job perfectly, somebody's going to be prepared to stab me in the back because somebody's going to complain and I'm going to get, held out to hang. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different factors involved in that, but I think that's probably one of the biggest ones, and I wouldn't do it. The only guys that are staying on are the guys that have already, committed and are close to retiring, and their mindset is, well, I'm not going to go risk my life for anything, and they just stand back and they let things happen, and I don't blame them. I would too.
Hey,
go ahead.
And Mario, we're going to let Greg go. That was a good question. And Mario, I want to expand on that. I was wondering if Greg was part of his question. Like they've been seeing the quality of recruits go down, and I'm wondering, like in the police department, because traditionally a lot of former military go into the police. And I'm wondering if obviously we had big trouble with recruitment when we started going culturally crazy with the military under Biden and Obama about what what the real directive was. But I'm wondering if they got less good police office recruits because a lot of the good guys that do what military and police guys do, they weren't coming out of the military because that was a pipeline for them.
Yeah, for sure. And when they don't come, the local
time
police
for
forces
Greg
are gonna recruit
Stocker's
whoever they can get their hands
stupid
on.
story of the day.
And those are not going to be the same people that have the same standards and abilities, than the kind of their predecessors. So there's a lot of things contributing to that, but the fact is that most of these police forces do not have the backing of their political superiors, and they just decide to not hang around any longer than they've got to.
Yeah, no,
or just not show up altogether.
Yeah, and you've seen that over the years with the military not having the government lawyering up a lot of missions and stuff like that. Like the politics of it seems to get involved in crime fighting and war fighting to a certain extent. I have we're coming up on a break, but I did have one question. It seems like a very simple question, but it's probably a complicated question. And the question to you, Mario, that I just got was, what was your hardest mission and why? That's a tough question.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it is tough. There's been a lot of hard ones. I would say probably Operation Red Wings, which is the lone survivor story.
Yeah.
So I was on the team that went in and recovered them, Marcus and obviously all of our deceased members. I mean, physically it was very difficult. We were out there on the battlefield at very high elevations for about a week without sleep at all. We knew that the guys were in a firefight, and we went in extremely light so we could move quickly and maneuver quickly. And we knew that the terrain was extremely austere, and we needed to be mobile. And that means we didn't have warmies, we didn't have a whole lot of food, we didn't have a lot of water. We eventually did get stuff airdropped in, but then just dealing with all of the guys on the ground that we lost. I actually went to high school with one of them.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, just very, very traumatic experience. I'd also just started having kids, and the reason we got called out there was because their QRF, their quick reaction force helicopter, got shot out of the sky. So, we know that they've got surface to air missiles, RPGs in this case, and they know that we are going to come in again. We're not going to leave this helicopter with 18 souls on it, or 16 souls on it, and then the 3 to 4 guys that had died in the firefight. We're not going to leave them stranded. So I'm on the next helicopter in, essentially, which took us almost a day to get there just because of weather.
Yeah.
But you're at super high altitude. It's June, so the air is thin, and we're in an armored helicopter loaded down with people, and you're moving at like 8 miles an hour right over the tree line, about 100 feet up, and it's like a school bus moving 100, moving like 8 miles an hour, 100 feet up, when you know that they've got RPGs. And I think the hardest part for me was just really reflecting on my kids. I didn't want my kids to grow up without a dad.
Yeah.
It's one thing when you're single or when you're married and you don't have kids.
Yeah.
It's another thing when you've got kids, and that's the kind of stuff that goes through your mind when you're putting your life at risk. So yeah, as we're hovering and I'm faster up and down, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about my kids and hoping to come home and just be a dad.
Yeah, that
was difficult. And then obviously another aspect to that was we didn't have great communications, back at the rear. So, our beepers went off. We launched in a helicopter, and then we were out on the field for a week. And later that day, our family gets, watches Fox News, and it says, helicopter carrying Navy SEALs shot down, blah, blah, blah. And nobody reached out to my family for a week.
Right.
Obviously, I didn't either. But now I've got my family that's home. That's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
So there's just a lot. There's a lot going on, and that's the hardest part. For me, it's when you've got kids and you're putting your life at risk. Other than that, it is what it is.
Obviously such a dangerous mission, and such an historical one too, with a lot of death and destruction to all those SEAL team members. But you know what? You answered that question. You can't. One of the most difficult missions is one that is very well known by all the listeners who just listened to your story there. We're coming up on a break, but I got one more thing I want to tell the audience, and maybe you can explain it to them before we cut out of here in a minute or so.
Okay.
I remember I was talking to you about a book about shadow divers, about these extreme divers who found a German submarine. These guys, this is back in like the 1990s, and they were diving at crazy depths, and they didn't tell anyone off the coast of Jersey they had found the submarine, but they were going into it. And I don't know what the depth was, but I said it's a great book. They dove at about 200 feet or something, as I recall. And you said to me, I dove at you as a Navy with the SEALs. You've gone diving. How deep have you gone? And you use nitrogen. And what is the depth?
No, it's 360 is the max with it's a certain rig that we have.
Yeah.
And it doesn't use nitrogen. It uses helium.
Oh, helium. Okay.
Helium and oxygen. So, nitrogen has got bad effects on your body once you start hitting, 150 or below. It's like a drug, but it doesn't have any side effects. So you go down there, but you get really weird and, almost like you're, tripping on acid or something like that. Helium doesn't have the negative effects. It makes your voice change, as we all know.
Yeah.
And it's got some thermal properties that makes you a little colder. But we've got a mixed gas rebreather known as the Mark 16 that just uses helium and oxygen. And then oxygen is poisonous at depth as well. So the rig actually recognizes the depth that you're at, and then it changes the percentage of oxygen. It's known as the partial pressure of oxygen that you're breathing, so that you end up breathing a lot more helium than oxygen as you get down, because you just don't need as much, and it's toxic.
And what was the depth?
360.
360. And I remember saying to you, I said, are you worried that and you said it's very dark and quiet. I asked, what's it like down there? And you said, well, it's very dark and quiet. And I said, are you worried like a shark's going to come down and bite? You go, no, I'm worried about a mine going off. So why do you explain why you're down at 350 feet?
Well, that was my EOD life, where I'm down there hunting bottom mines. So mines that are, often launched out of subs, and, they could be tied to torpedoes or part of a torpedo, but they go and sit down on the bottom of the ocean, and they're looking for certain signatures of ships to come through. And there's, the signatures they're looking for are magnetic or acoustic or seismic or pressure. And our adversaries try to map out all of our ships, using those metrics there, and try to, get a profile of each ship that we've got in our fleet, so that if a carrier strike group is, moving through a channel somewhere, they can have these mines sit on the bottom, and it doesn't want to take out the frigate, it doesn't want to take out the cruiser, it wants to take out the carrier. So it sits there and it just waits. And so we've got to be very careful as we're down there searching for them, and then ultimately approaching them and disarming them or blowing them up. We've got to be careful that we don't replicate those signatures, which, of course, we have no idea what those signatures are. We just know that we've got to be, non-magnetic. It's known as low mu. So none of our stuff has any magnetic signature at all. None of our gear. We've got to be super quiet. We can't, walk across the ground. We've got to stay, relatively flat to the ground, but not bumping the ground. So yeah, long story short, is we're trying not to piss this mine off so I can get up there and disarm it.
Well, I'm glad I got to hear that story in person. I'm glad my audience got to hear that story. That's retired United States Navy Master Chief Mario Perez. Great having you on the show, Mario. You shared a lot of great stuff with the audience this morning.
Thanks for having me, Tom. Have a great day. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, we're going to go to break.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-890-5075. 800-890-5075. 800-890-5075. That's 800-890-5075. Paid for by Term Direct.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia.
From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
We ask parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. you can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company. We're into the last hour here on this New Year's Day. Happy New Year's to all our listeners out there on YouTube, iHeart, the Odyssey app. Anyway, I just finished up with one of my favorite guests, Mario Perez. And I wanted to, Mario wanted to get he's a huge University of Miami fan. And I heard him yell, "Go Canes." They beat Ohio State last night. I know he's a very happy man this morning. And listen, he's had a fascinating career. And one thing that he specializes in, when I was talking about the diving at 350 feet, that's crazy. And that conversation came up with him when I was talking about a book called Shadow Divers, which I highly recommend. When I recommend this book and people read it, that's how I used to get my friends. If they wanted to start getting into reading nonfiction, that would be my go-to book. But when I found out he was diving at, he dove at 350 feet, that just, I asked him what it's like. He says it's dark and it's cold. And I said, what do you, the amount of focus that goes on when you're on the bottom of the ocean like that, the way you described it, it's pretty incredible. And something else you should know about him, his specialty is ordnances. So he's the guy, he calls him, what was his, a rocket surgeon. So he is expertise. And when you become an ST-6 operator with the SEALs, you got to be able to do everything. Jump out of planes, you got to be able to dive. But his specialty, and I want the audience to know this, is he's the guy that could disarm a bomb. That's his thing. Or when they would take over a ship, a maritime ship, like a merchant ship that's carrying munitions, and they will send in a bunch of operators, SEAL team operators, to take over that ship. He could, once they kind of hijacked the ship and stopped it, he could go in and identify all the different type of munitions that most likely were being shipped illegally. So that was his expertise. Never mind jumping out of planes and doing all the other stuff that those guys do. And I didn't even know today about Lone Survivor, an incredible story that I didn't know that was one of his missions. But these guys go on so many missions. And the SEAL Team 6 there's all different SEAL teams, but 6 is more of an international team where other SEAL groups focus on different regions and have expertise in different regions of the country in certain types of warfare, where the SEAL Team 6 guys, they're more of an international thing. They can go anywhere and to perform whatever missions they need to perform. But anyway, I love having him on, and hopefully I'll have him back on soon. He always is got good information. So my next guest that I have coming up, and I'll give you a little bit of background on him. He is a retired U.S. colonel. He is Cynical Publius on X. He had once again, he was over in Iraq, Afghanistan, long-time career. Then after the military, decided to go back to law school. And now he works in the mergers and acquisition sector. And what I like about the colonel, I refer to him as Colonel or CP, is he's, besides the military issues that you talk about going around the globe, he's great. He's got good political insight, cultural insight. He kind of brings all those different things. He's been on my shows before. He's one of my other go-to guys. So I'm just hanging out, waiting for him to call in, and we're gonna. Some of the things we're going to talk about. This is what I want to talk about because he's going to have some good input on it. There is some division in MAGA right now, and it's never good. The one thing the Democrats do that people say, which is pretty truthful, is they really know how to stick together, even if they have a ridiculous policy or whatever. They know how to stick together. You're going to even see it in Minneapolis. They'll make up whatever lies they have to, and they'll all be on the same page. The good news is I was going to go through the categories, but I'm going to fire them at the Colonel when he comes on it. So I'm not going to share them ahead of time. I shared one, and we're going to open up with that, things that are dividing MAGA. So I want to welcome Cynical Publius from X to the show. CP, how are you?
Hey, good, Tom. How are you today? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's great to have you. We're getting a little snow here, which was a little bit surprising, and it's been a very cold, rainy, snowy last couple of weeks here in the Philadelphia area. I know you're a native to New Jersey, so I think listeners should know that.
Snow and the mummers, right? I mean, what's better than that?
there you go. They're out there. That parade has started. We did a little mummers talk very early this morning. We covered the mummers today. There's no doubt. If you're in Philadelphia, you got to talk about the mummers. But what I want to talk, I got a few subjects I want to talk to you, and I don't know if you could hear what I was telling the audience, but I will repeat it that. Colonel, you're a great guest because it's not only can I get a military or geopolitical global thing with the United States military, you're an attorney, but your comments on politics, culture, on the party, you kind of got your pulse on it. And that's why I tell people, go to Cynical Publius. He's on X. Follow him. You're going to learn a lot. The first conversation I want to have with you is the division in MAGA. Now, we see it with the social media people, the Tuckers, the Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. That's part of it, but there's other parts of MAGA that we do see some fractures, and I'd love your comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let me preface this by saying that I'm actually really bullish on 2026 and what changes the Trump administration has brought to the United States. I think a lot of people they just don't understand that this is like turning around a battleship. I mean, you can't just do it on a dime. And Trump came in, obviously, with a detailed plan on how he was going to fix the things that were wrong in his first administration. And we're just now starting to see the fruits of that. Look at the GDP numbers that came out recently. Just look at some of the policies that are happening in the DOJ, like Harmeet Dillon putting up a Second Amendment section in the Civil Rights section. I mean, these are amazing changes, but they're not enough for some people. And so I see sort of two wings of conflict on the MAGA movement that we need to be careful about in 2026. The first one is the one you mentioned, Candace Owens, the stuff that Tucker has been saying lately, Nick Fuentes. I mean, that stuff almost, I'm not one to get into conspiracy theories, but that stuff almost sounds like an op. Like someone has gone out of their way to try and create this live wire, hot button issue of Israel controls the world and, all the other stuff that we're hearing that is just really very contentious inside the party and causes us to look at things that we shouldn't be worried about. We should be worried about what the Democrats are doing.
Right.
The other wing of that is folks who are just impatient. I mean, you talk about my X account. I see it all the time. Folks are like, why hasn't Pam Bondi, put Barack Obama in prison? I mean, people have very, very unrealistic expectations as to what the government is capable of, but they just want it all and they want it right now. Having said all that, the thing that worries me the most is the affordability crisis. I'm hoping that we're going to start seeing the Gen Zers of America being able to, buy a car and have a house but that's obviously longer term than just 2026 going into the midterms.
Yeah, no, it's and I want to catch on the affordability too, because a lot of times I think the Democrats love now talking about affordability when they didn't want to talk about it with Biden. But now they want to talk about it, and the Republicans are talking about it, and it is important. But I just said it on the show yesterday. If you're going to wait, even Ronald Reagan, 18 months into his economy, and people were like, this isn't working. And like you said, you have to have some patience. But those numbers you just cited a few minutes ago with the Consumer Price Index, the GDP, this stuff is really good news. And now I'm going to get back to what you said before. There's a lot of downers in the MAGA movement that want to believe the worst about everything. There's a lot of things to be optimistic about, and I know that's a hard sell. I don't know if it's a right-leaning thing that being optimistic is a bad thing, but you got to have positive energy because the bottom line is there are good things happening. Comey might not be in jail, but he's going through a process and it hasn't ended for him. So it's a positive. Maybe they get him, but there's a lot of bigger fish to fry than getting vengeance. That's the first thing I want to say. That people, they have to be a little more patient and I think a little bit more optimistic. And quite frankly, I hate conspiracy theories. I just can't stand them. And the partnership between Netanyahu and Donald Trump is working well. And they did a lot of good work to soften up Iran so we could fly our bombers over there and do our thing and get out of there. So I agree with you. There's a certain element. Come on, let's be a little bit more positive. Things are going in the right direction.
I think that the problem is that particularly for folks who are a little bit older, they've been beaten down for so long and been told, yeah, conservatism's dead. You're an isolated one of one. And they just watched some of the transformational things that have happened. There's this whole thing that's out there right now, which is a real thing about DEI discrimination against young American white males. Those things are causing people to be jaded.
Yeah.
They're causing them to have doubt. And I get it. I really do. I understand why people would be upset about these things, but you got to look at where we would be if Kamala Harris is president. And you got to look at the things that Trump is doing. Again, they take time. Exactly like you said, same great example with Reagan. I think Trump is smart enough, and people say I overvalue the man, but I've learned never to bet against him. I think he's smart enough to figure out economically to have these numbers really pump up right before the midterms. I believe that's been their goal since they went into office in January.
And it does, and it's really important, and it does. I'm optimistic about the economy. Even, and I know historically in 2026, usually the whoever won the presidency is going to lose the next congressional election. It didn't happen under Bush because of the Iraq war or whatever, but I'm still not buying it because the left have become so insane, so deranged. Even this Minneapolis thing, that's going to spread to blue cities into Democratic precincts across the country. That fraud was there by the Somalians, but now when people start looking at things, they're going to find more fraud. And it might not be the Somalians, but it'll just be misallocation in a lot of these states and maybe a little blowback on red states. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm not ready to say all of a sudden these insane Democrats are going to win the Congress. And if they do, maybe by a seat or two. What do you feel about that upcoming election?
I hate to say that I disagree with you. I mean, look at what happened in New York City. I know. I wish you were right. I'm just not sure you are. Look what happened in New York City. I mean, look who they elected as mayor there. Somehow people like me who are on X all the time become sort of super attuned to, what the leaders are saying, but I don't think the average American pays that much close attention to it. And, it's hard for some people to even believe that, the party of JFK has become what it is. And a lot of times being a Democrat or a Republican is tribal. It's how you've been brought up. You've been brought up that Republicans bad, Democrats good, or vice versa. I just feel that those things are so heavily entrenched that it's tough to overcome that. But here's the good news. The Trump administration has made headway in making sure that our votes are counted properly. I can't say that they've been totally successful, because they can't be, because it's really up to the states.
Yeah.
But I mean, hopefully we're going to start seeing more voter integrity. You look at what DeSantis did down in Florida. Once he put voter integrity laws in place, I saw this posted the other day, the spread between Trump and Biden originally in 2020 was like 3.5 points. Trump and Hillary was like 3.5 points. And then when DeSantis put his voter integrity stuff in, all of a sudden it was Trump plus 15 against Kamala. So, I'm hoping that the good news is that the voting rolls are going to be a little bit cleaner and a little bit smarter and a little bit better. And then we'll both be right that things are good for the Republicans one way or the other.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you too. Like, people, like, we live in the political thing, but the average American is going about his life, and he's not locking in like some people. Like, to us, it's like a hobby or a passion where we're really looking at a lot of the details. Now, New York City, and I want to share this with you. I was not that surprised that Madami could win New York City. And I'll get, just because I looked at the history of New York City. Giuliani, 30 years ago, Colonel, the city under Dinkins was literally falling apart. And Giuliani just won by the slightest margin. And that was 30 years ago. And he won it by going out to those outer boroughs where the white working class was. They're all gone now. They've all left the city. What has come in is young Oberlin college students and nonprofits. Like, I think New York City, the demographic there has changed so much. So just not I agree with what you said about what could happen in the next election. With the Congress. I totally get it that people don't pay attention or that into it like we are. They're just going to take the surface. If they don't feel good, they might not show up at the election, or they might vote the other way. But New York City in itself, and I think a lot of these blue cities, and I'm going to have you comment, I think they're going to get bluer and crazier. Even when you see the candidates that are coming up, even I look at Boston, look at New York City, Baltimore, like everyone who's in the wings to take over are even crazier than the liberals that are running it today. It's that's a trend I think I'm seeing, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually agree with that. My wife and I were actually talking about this just yesterday. When you look at the Democratic Party right now, there's this big schism between sort of the 75-year-old, Nancy Pelosi's, Chuck Schumer's, and then, the AOC's and what's the lady who's running for the Senate in Texas? I forget her name. But you've got this sort of old school Democrat way of doing things, probably going back to like around Bill Clinton. Yep. And the younger groups are just absolutely radical. And it's like they're trying to out radical each other every turn they get. So I don't know what that portends. Maybe it means the Democratic Party can get smaller and be, less powerful, but I don't think so. I just hope that we don't see that Madani thing happening nationally.
Well, here's a thing, too, that, listen, the Democrats, they talk about if the press followed the Democrats like they follow Trump and MAGA, I mean, people would have a much better understanding of who they are. But the Democrat Socialists of America, they are, to me, they look like the future of the Democratic Party. And it's extreme radicalism. I see that. I see them flourishing. The question that what you just asked is, do they have the numbers? What worries me there is free stuff really attracts people. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you've been talking about the whole Minnesota Somali thing.
Oh God, yeah, we went real deep on that. crazy. But the
you may have already covered this, but I'll just add the demographics there are such that the Somali population in Minnesota kind of almost matches the spread you usually see in Democrat versus Republican votes in that state. So, I mean, I think that it's a combination of sort of that radical outlook that we just talked about, coupled with sort of old school, I mean, going back to like the 1900s, Boss Tweed type control of cities with certain populations. I think it's sort of a fusion of the old way for the Democrats, the really old way, and the new way.
Maybe the country, like where there's less, like, and I'm just speculating here, I'm just thinking out loud, in the sense that it becomes like any type of nuance with no one's buying Democrats and Republicans working together, except for certain people in elite society. I would think that, we can unify and come back to Republicans and Democrats and fight around the edges, but kind of do good things that no one likes. You're never 100% happy. I just see that we're both going into, like, there's MAGA, which some people would, if you're on the left, you think that's extreme. I'm very comfortable in MAGA. And then I think you have the Democratic Socialists of America. I think that's where it's all headed, that it will be very clear what side you're on. And anyone talking about like a nuance of Republicans and Democrats coming together to work together, I don't see it in the future. What about you?
I mean, in the immediate near term, I completely agree with you. What my hope is that, I have Gen Z nieces and nephews. I see them taking a very pragmatic approach to politics. And I think that there's a generation that has watched some of the things that have happened, like COVID, some of the, just basically losing trust in the government, that maybe that's a generation that's going to end up being way more conservative than anybody thought. It becomes a matter of education, too. One of the biggest issues for young people today is student loans. And as someone who went to law school later in life, I get that. But they need to understand that the bad guys there are the administrators in the colleges that are filling them full of this socialist crap.
Yeah.
They need to understand what's really happening behind the scenes. And I'm optimistic that the younger people are, in fact, seeing that across all races and ethnicities. People are seeing it. So I have some optimism, not necessarily for the near term, but say 15, 20 years out.
Right. Okay. I you know what? I agree with your assessment. So we'll move away from the parties. I wanted to, and this is something I know nothing about, but what's the Europe Alone national security strategy? What is that about?
Okay, so the quick primer on how this worked, or how it used to work when I worked in the Pentagon. The president puts out the national security strategy. Then the Department of War puts out the national military strategy. And then all of the folks who do planning in the combatant command, Central Command, Pacific Command, then start reworking their war plans based on that guidance.
Okay.
So a couple of weeks ago, the Trump administration published sort of the top level of that, the national security strategy, which is, it's a guiding light document. Everything else builds off of that. And basically what it says is, we're not going to expend our blood and treasure on countries that don't share our values, like free speech, England, like free speech, Germany. And it was really pointed, it didn't literally say we're withdrawing from Europe, but it basically was a shot across the bow of Europe saying, hey, you guys, we've got certain rights in the United States, and we're not going to compromise with you if you don't have those same rights. It's a little bit of an oversimplification, but that's where it's coming from. And so that's why you're seeing lately all sorts of stuff out of the EU. The EU military can stand alone. We don't need America. We're post-American. And the thing I find humorous about that is, we want you to be post-American. We don't want to leave our troops over there for another 80 years.
Yeah.
So, I think that backlash from Europe, and in fact, let me couple it with something else that people may not be aware of. The folks within the EU who have put together censorship routines and policies we just voided their visas for, I forget the names, but there's like 4 or 5 of them from the very top. They can't come to the United States because they're so anti-free speech. So there's things happening where Trump is eliciting these responses from Europe, but I believe it's intentional. I believe he wants them to get fired up and say, okay, America, we don't need you, because that's the best thing for America right now.
I totally agree with, like, I've been saying for a while, we need new friends. And like when I look at what's going on, and I feel sorry for the people on the right in Great Britain, but with the French and the English and the Germans, I don't know if we're not that aligned anymore. And it's kind of like they keep going back to like the old high school football team from like the 1960s that won the state championship with World War II, like that we are so tied to the hip. And I'm looking at it like, no, I think we're much different than they are now. But and it doesn't. Do you see the direction that Europe is going? What do you see pulling them back, if anything?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that there is sort of a dividing line between Eastern Europe and Western Europe in a lot of this. I just got back. I took a trip with my wife to Eastern Europe last month, visited countries like Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary. It's a different feeling there in Eastern Europe. It's energetic. It has not been overwhelmed by mass immigration. In fact, we were in Romania. They just got done like a few weeks ago building their national cathedral that they've been working on for like 15 years. I mean, imagine that. Imagine a beautiful cathedral being put up, but in Western Europe.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. The further west you get, the less devout people are religious-wise.
Yep.
I mean, cathedrals go from being churches to museums. And I see the future of Europe being a division. I think Eastern Europe has become a region that we can cooperate with and share values. Western Europe, I fear, is lost. My wife and I talk about this a lot because we love traveling in Europe. We're like, well, when will we stop going? I don't know. I don't think it's going to be real soon, but I think Europe is not coming back, or at least Western Europe's not coming back.
Yeah, and when I say new friends, like when I was talking about Europe, I was talking about Western Europe, but I see the new friends in Eastern Europe. I think that's spot on, and you're even seeing people want to travel there from America, like you did. My brother and his family was just in Budapest, like probably the same month ago. But I'm seeing these kind of new alignments maybe coming at us, but. We're coming up on a break, but yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one thing? The thing that struck me being over there in Eastern Europe was they constantly talked about what the Ottoman Empire did to them and what communism did to them. So the Ottoman Empire piece makes them very suspicious of immigrants from North Africa and the Middle East. And the communism piece, it's still fresh in their minds. I mean, so that's why there's hope, because they've been oppressed. They don't want to be oppressed again.
No, I think you're spot on, and I'm glad we're talking about this. Colonel, do you mind if we go to break? Because I got a couple more things for you, and I'd love to hang on here. So we're going to go to break. We'll be back with Cynical Publius. Once again, go on X, give him a follow. You'll get more of this good stuff that he's providing here this morning. So we'll be right back.
A new year is a fresh start, full of countless opportunities. But why wait for the stock market to shape your future? This year, crash-proof consumers are not waiting on the market to decide their future. Their exclusive crash-proof retirement systems are earning interest while protecting the nest egg they worked a lifetime to build. The interest you earn is credited immediately and becomes a part of your new principal, with zero risk of market losses or hidden fees. So make 2026 the year that you leave your financial worries behind and start your retirement future filled with peace of mind. And that starts with calling 1-800-722-9728 or by visiting our new website, crashproofretirement.com, to learn how you can start the new year crash-proof.
And Happy New Year from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM Tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT on this New Year's Day in Philadelphia. I am here with Cynical Publius from X. Go find him. He's a retired U.S. Colonel. And we've been covering a lot of different things. One thing I wanted to ask him before I let him go, I got 2 more questions for him. And the first one is, Colonel, I've read that you're not down with this digital currency. That tell a lot of listeners, give them an overview of where this with the government getting involved in digital currency and the banks and everything. Tell us what the upside and what the downside is.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of relates to what we were talking about in Europe, actually, because it's Europe that's the EU is suggesting that they're going to create a government-run zero-fee charge card, credit card, whatever you want to call it, to kind of take Visa and MasterCard out of the marketplace. And the Europeans are ecstatic. Oh, good. We don't have to rely on those American companies. Of course, our government here in Europe is always benign and will never do bad things against us, as history shows. And so this, to me, is the first step towards a digital currency. When the government is running a central credit card system for everyone to go buy groceries with, you're one step away from no longer having paper money or coins. Mm-hmm. I mean, and, I find that to be a very, very slippery slope back down to Europe's seeming love for totalitarianism. I mean, it's so easy to start taking that capability and using it to achieve policy preferences. An example I used on X was, so Hans goes out to buy 100 euros worth of liquor last week. on his iPhone with his EU digital currency. And the next week he goes back and he tries to get another 100 euros worth, and he gets declined because that's not healthy for you, Hans, to have too much alcohol. And by the way, the government provides your health care, and it's not fair to everyone else. And there's, we've already seen sort of echoes of this a little bit in the United States during the Obama and Biden administrations when there was pressure on banks
debanking.
to debank firearm companies. And so, I mean, to me, a digital currency, one where everything that you do, every purchase you make can be traced and you don't have other options. Maybe that's okay if you're a European, and you still think you're a serf. But here in the United States, I think that that's just such a grotesque invasion of privacy that it just can't be tolerated. And so, I mean, when people start hearing about digital currencies, it sounds really convenient. I mean, who doesn't like paying with their iPhone? Who doesn't like, sort of having that being free of having to go to the ATM? But when the government does it, the temptation to abuse it is so great that the government should never have that power, in my opinion.
No, like if you saw what they did when they got the power during COVID, they used it to the full extent. And even the debanking, Melania Trump, I believe, was debanked. And some of the Trump kids.
It's insane.
Even Kanye West, why would he be debanked? Like I heard it happen to him too because of his politics. But the pressure, people, it's not like Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan woke up one day, and it was more Bank of America, I think, than JP Morgan. And I forget that other guy. He's very left. The Bank of America guy, the president woke up and said, "I don't like Kanye, debank him." What happened is they started getting the censors from the government, the political people saying, "Listen, this guy's saying awful stuff. You need to debank him." That's how I understood how that went down. And that's scary in itself. But if they did it on Twitter to people, you had FBI agents saying, take Joe Schmo from Little Rock down. He just said a post not to wear a mask. So anyone who would think if the government, especially in Europe, they're controlling everything now, but we've seen it here. I think it's a suicide pact with these people.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole trade-off between security and freedom. You can the analogy I used the other day talking about the U.S. versus Europe. I mean, if you're a lion living in a zoo, you get fed regularly. You get veterinary care. Everything is there for you, but you're not free like the lion living in the wild. And to me, that's kind of the distinction. And to go back to what you were saying about young people before the break, that's the thing to worry about, is that they want that security. They want the government to take care of them, give them a place to live, give them food, give them a car. They like that idea because they're not familiar with what happens when you actually try to do that.
Yeah, and I wonder, and the reason they like it, is it because comfort, like the generation, they've lived in a very, and I'm not saying every kid, if you grew up in poverty, you're in poverty, but still you get a lot more, you do get government help. But I'm just saying, like the middle to upper class kids, everything is kind of been taken care of for them.
But also look at that in the context of the years they grew up in. Suppose you're 26 years old this year. Well, you were born right before 9/11, and so you have all of the craziness of that, and Homeland Security, and terror, and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. School shootings. Schools are like, oh my God, we have to be ready for a school shooting. COVID. I mean, these kids have been through hell. I mean, at least in terms of the things that they've been exposed to relative to what I thought my childhood in the 60s and 70s was harsh. And I think that's given them a taste for, please, let's just have some peace and quiet and give me a nice apartment and, somewhere where I can go to get a latte and relax with my friends. That's what they want. And they've been a digital generation too, which has its own set of, completely wild social implications.
Colonel, I'm so glad the way you just described that, because I was, like the older guy, I was going to beat up on them. But when you kind of just laid out all what they've had to deal with and witness, it has been a bit of a rough go in a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, my prime years of being in my 20s were the 80s, and the 80s were like the golden age. Everything was great.
It's a great time.
They haven't ever experienced that, I don't think.
Yeah, no, that's a very good perspective, and I'm going to try to keep that in mind when I start going off on that younger generation. I do, and I have kids of college age and one in high school, and I kind of look at their, and they're working hard and they're doing their thing. But like when I think of like my childhood, though we had more freedom and it was a little more hard knocks. That's what I would say. But I don't remember like a lot of big bad stuff going on growing up as a kid. It was kind of idyllic.
Yeah, I was. You and I think, are very similar in age.
Yeah, we are.
At a very early age, I remember rumblings of what was happening in the civil rights movement. And then, my brother, I have a brother who's much older than me who was fighting in Vietnam. And there was Watergate. But other than that, life was good. We're out there on our bikes, driving around the neighborhood till it gets dark, and life is great.
It was pretty smooth sailing back then. So anyway, you brought some good perspective for younger people, and I'm gonna take note of that. So I'll finish with my last question. We're going into 2026. If you're sitting here and making some type of forecast or prediction, good or bad, what do you see coming up for us in 2026?
Okay, I'm not an economist, but I said before I'm bullish on Trump, and I think never to vote against him. I think we're going to see steady improvement in the economy leading up to the midterms, and if we can just keep some crazy one-off issue off the ballot, I actually think we could hold the House and hold the Senate. But having said that, you never know what could happen, right?
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that Trump is in the Epstein files, because I don't think that he is, but something that pops up that's a scandalous thing, which of course the Democrats will try and do. It's harder to do in a midterm than in a presidential election. But so my forecast is an improved economy that everyone's going to recognize, and that's going to be what people are going to vote based on, provided that some crazy, unlikely scenario happens.
Okay, and what about what concerns you? What would going to sleep in 2026? What are you worried about?
Russia's got nuclear missiles. I don't know why people don't seem to remember that fact. It's like they've just forgotten it. Getting something in Ukraine that escalates into NATO against Russia scares me. And I know that everyone's very pro-Ukraine and Russia did the invading. I think there's a certain level of realpolitik that people need to pay attention to, which is that nuclear threat does still exist. And for some reason, people don't want to recognize that. And I've noticed that there's sort of an age gap. So folks like us who grew up in the Cold War, they're scared by it, but younger people are not. And the fact that they're not scares me.
All right, and I'm going to I have one last question for you, which hasn't been talked about lately, though I had a dinner conversation last night with a friend, and I definitely respect his opinion, and he's got brothers and family, a long history in the military, that China moving on Taiwan is never really off the table. Any concern there?
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely concern there, but I kind of feel like it's a steady state concern we've had for a long time. Right. I mean, it's sort of, to me, a bit like North Korea, South Korea. Really bad situation, but it's been there so long. I mean, Taiwan is capable of inflicting a lot of damage on China if China were to try to invade. And China knows that international trade would clamp down on them like crazy if they did do that. And I think that's the one thing that's holding them back. But at the same time, I think they're being very provocative to Taiwan, hoping to establish a response as a basis for some action. I don't know that they have immediate intent to invade Taiwan. But certainly if something heats up in Ukraine where NATO's involved, that may be the distraction they need. So it's out there. It's a problem. I feel like it's steady state, though, at the moment.
Okay. Colonel, we covered a lot of ground here today. Thank you very much for, my
pleasure.
Sharing your information. Happy New Year to you and your wife. And we'll see you back in 2026 on the show, I hope. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Tom. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Well, that's Cynical Publius. We kind of had our little military representation there for the last hour and a half. I like both of them as guests. I've had them on before, and they always bring some good stuff. Love having them on. And once again, Cynical Publius on X. He's always posting interesting things, and he goes back and forth with some people, which is pretty interesting. It's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. I know we got Phil Omquist is going to be coming up. I want to hear about his Saturday night show, This Week in Music History. I know he's going to be in a couple of minutes, and we're going to knock that out. Hear what we will be having coming up. But as before we wrap up the show, I just read something. Odds makers, and these odd makers are pretty good on calling things. And the headline is, Tim Walz is 30 times more likely to be charged with a crime than be the next president. If that guy was ever thinking of becoming president, first of all, even before all these scandals, he's certified insane. He is watching that guy walk down the street. I'm like, what is wrong with that guy? And the fact that Kamala picked him, oh my God, she picked him. And you know why she picked him? Because she's of weak character. She was afraid to have anyone that had any kind of charisma, any type of gravitas. So she picked a real dopey vice president. She wasn't going to win anyway. Trump issued. Hey, listen, I'm always shocked at the amount of votes that. Who would ever vote for Kamala Harris? She's never done anything in her life. Everything was handed to her, and she was so insecure in her personality, like crazy insecure. But anyway, he's got more chance of going to jail than being president. That's Tim Walz. So we'll see what happens with that. Phil just came into the studio. Phil, what's going on? What do you have coming up this week in music history?
What's going on, Tom? We will talk about today. Jim, hit it.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 1st, we celebrate the birthday of Richie Faulkner from Judas Priest, who's 46. We also lost Hank Williams on this day in 53. Album includes Soul Survivor by Halloween in 95. Look Into the Future by Journey in 76. Street Lethal by Racer X in 86. And the EP Lightning Strikes by Tokyo Blade in 84. Side note, I'll likely cover at least two of these on Saturday night. Also in 68, the Gollywogs changed their name to CCR. In 64, the show Top of the Pops premiered on the BBC. In 66, Simon & Garfunkel would top the singles chart. In 56, Carl Perkins released Blue Suede Shoes. In 59, Johnny Cash performed at San Quentin. And in 64, the Beach Boys recorded Fun, Fun, Fun. But lastly, on this day in 72, Three Dog Night became the very first rock band to ride on a float at the Rose Bowl Parade in Pasadena. Today in Music History is sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group. Volkswagen deal days are going on now at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. Sign then drive away in a new Tiguan, Tahoe, Altis, or Altis Cross Sport. With available zero-down leases, visit PiazzaVW.com for details or to browse their extensive inventory. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
That's good stuff, Phil. Good stuff.
Every single day.
Let me ask you a question. What was the first concert you ever went to?
Joan Jett at my college in 1987.
1987. What college were you at?
Bentley College out of Boston.
Oh, you were in Bentley.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big business school.
It's a very big business school, which is why I went. Yeah.
You know what?
It's not Bentley University, but it was Bentley College back then.
I am actually, small world, I'm friends with the athletic director there.
Wow, that is a small world.
Well, yeah, he's an old friend of my wife's. Vaughn Williams, I've had a friend who played football up there, but Bentley's known for its business school.
Absolutely. That's exactly why I went.
That's really cool. But you know what my first concert was? I think I was a junior in high school. I went to Simon and Garfunkel with my older sister and all their friends.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
That was the first concert I ever went to, and I was probably 17.
Okay.
At the time, and actually, it was a great concert. And I do have another question for you.
Yes.
You know, when you're young, the musicians, and I know you're a music guy. Musicians are so influential. Like you kind of obviously you look up to them.
Sure.
You think about them. You want to know who they are. But who did you identify with when you first got into music? I don't know, 14, 15, 16, you're like, wow, that guy's cool.
When I was 18, it was 86. So in the 80s, there were so many bands out there that were really good. And there was, all the Journeys and Bon Jovis and the metals, the hair metals, and there was just so much going on in the 80s that that's why I like as much as I do, and that's why my Saturday show is still number one in this town.
That's good. Number one. You were. Give me a little background on give me a little background on that pitch right there about how good this show is doing for you.
Per the latest ratings, according to Greg, we just beat MBAR again, MGK again, and I guess the other, I forget what the other, all 1049 or whatever their station is. We beat them again for December. Yep.
That's good. That's really cool. I like the fact that that's like an element of this station. That's really cool. You know who my guy was growing up? I used to like Jim Morrison.
There's nothing wrong with Jim Morrison.
And because the guys, the older guys behind me, you know how older guys in your neighborhood would influence what music you listen to? They would give you an album or whatever. So
I had a friend who liked Rush a lot. That's how I got into Rush.
Yes, music is influenced by other guys in the neighborhoods or girls or whatever. They influence you who to like. And I remember I was about 10, literally, when I started liking the Doors. Because my neighbors were always, and back then people had windows open. They didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah, absolutely.
But my younger brother was 4 years younger, and he'd walk around the house singing the L.A. Woman song, "Cops and Cars and Topless Bars, Never Saw a Woman." And I'd look at my mom, and then I'd look at him, and that was his go-to song. But that's great.
Yep.
Music. There's something in music is a big part of everyone's life. But we're wrapping it up here on this New Year's Day. Thanks for hanging in here with me this day. 2026, we're off to a new year, and I hope everyone has a great year. And I will be back tomorrow to do this again. So we will see you tomorrow.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important